Yeah. I am fighting a spider called Lullabarina. I mean, it's not bad. It's not good, but it's not bad, right? It's fucking rigged! How do you keep hitting one? Okay, a Lullabarina with 115 HP, it's almost dead. Fucking kill it. Kill the Lullabarina! Smash! Oh shit! Oh shit! Damn! Thank you for the raid, Levi. How's it going, good sir? Because his movements are so fucking weird. I don't understand where he's gonna attack from half the time. I'm like, seriously, bro. Just let me kill you. What do you mean? Look at the damage I'm doing to a monster. If 44 damage is totally reasonable. You can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. No, but I should. I really should say fuck you to him all the time. Fuck you, Muffin. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? He's trying to be like this mentoring father figure. A character flaw that Husai has to get over. Convince me that you're strong-willed enough to be able to sit back and watch things unfold until the moment that you need to rise. And Zaid reluctantly says, okay, I'll do that. I'll take all of my notes and all my everything and I'll prove to you that even if I can't be a capable physical warrior or a strong mage, my intelligence and my pattern recognition ability can put me in like a tactical support position. And they come to burn down the Adventurers Guild. And Zaid's the only one there. And he basically fights off like 300 or 400 people. But he is just trained so fucking hard. He's like that anime character that's always been in the background, like fucking Rock Lee, where he's like, I've been so underrated and no one's accepted my skill. I finally get to prove myself. Because he does get completely fucking overwhelmed. Eventually. I don't get it. How is this about anything but food? I'm hungry and aroused. His eyes rolled to the back of his head as his arms gave way and he slumped into the bloodbath of boiling flesh, spice, grain, vegetable, and now it was complete. The recycled woven flesh was ground and minced. It soaked into the flesh, peeling it from the muscle, splitting the bone. The exposed, ordered excrements of this innards splayed out the softened meat, spurring from its rest inside this twisted, tortured mass. As always, remember, you can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! We are doing good. We came up with another really good idea today. I was really worried. I was walking home from work and I was like, fuck, man, I didn't come up with an idea today.
Fuck you, Valium Boy less than 4. Fuck you, Muffin less than 4. Fuck you, Cuck less than 4.
There we go. We did the rounds. And breaking.
Rufflecopter goes soy, 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 soy.
If we ever got far enough along Pi to find that it actually does repeat after like a Googleplex numbers, could you imagine like on a theoretical level what that would do for science? Because pi is supposed to be this absolute, beautiful, perfect, natural number that never repeats. See, this is where it's like I'm adding this element where I wouldn't do this, of like directness. Reference from the past and events from the past, but adding like twists and stuff where the holes in the gap in knowledge are, but coming out with the same like outcome, but having a different story twist the way to that outcome. I think is a very relatable and grounded way to write a story. So I think historical, you're underestimating what historical can be. Like, I'll give you a great fucking example. Abraham Lincoln, Vampire Hunter. Fucking amazing movie. And as always, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. I was a shadow in the endless night, lost in silence, searching for light. Then you walked in, a spark so bright, stitching my broken heart, making it right. You held me close when I fell apart, wove your love through every scar. Through the pain, through the dread, you become my eternal thread. You're the thread that binds my soul, the hand that lifts, the heart that holds. Through the storm, you never fled. You are my light, my eternal thread. When the road was rough and I couldn't stand, you gave me strength, held my hand. In your eyes, I found my song. With your love, I finally belong. Through the cold and endless fight, you stayed with me in guiding light. In your warmth, I found my stead. You are my eternal thread. You're the thread that binds my soul, the hand that lifts, the heart that holds. Through the storm, you never fled. You are my light, my eternal thread. Every note I play, every song I sing is a piece of you in everything. You taught me love, you taught me grace. In your arms, I found my place. Now I stand. Yo, boys, how's it going? How is everyone today? Ooh, it is a day today, guys. So we're trying some different stuff because what we've been trying just apparently, you know, it just ain't working. So dang, with my wife's gaydar, you would never escape. True. Only 389%? That's not that bad. That's not that bad. Cannot read names. I can someone chili the country. Okay then. Okay then, Zoink. Whatever that means. Right? Call, not can. I have no idea what you're trying to say, Zoink. 1061%, bro. That's pretty fucking gay. Why do you always hit the top notch of gayness? Are you just gay? Are you that gay, Zoink? I don't even know if I'm that gay. Well, I figure it's a translation error, but I'm not sure what he meant to say. Like, I can read names. I call someone chili the country. I cannot read people names. I called someone chili. Okay. Get these notes prepared and everything like that. And we should be pretty much ready to go. So, I was thinking, since we haven't had anyone's stories to read in a while, I found this really, really interesting story on Royal Road, because I was just looking for random, like, currently posted stories. Where do I find the, like, I don't know how to use this yet. Where's, like, the stuff that I've, like... How do I go back to, like, previous reads? Just say you're dyslexic and it's all good. I don't mean anything. Just can't seem to read the names. TT has to talk. You should make chick dick command? I'm so confused. What do you mean? Make a dick command to see how long it is and what inch. Zoink, we already have that. I don't understand, like, we already have it, bro. Like, I don't understand. But yeah, Sean, how do I go back to things that I've read before? No, it's length. I have no idea how to go back to something that I was previously reading. Follow list. Aha, here we go. Okay, this. Only way I can do that as far as I know is to use the browser's history. Well, I followed it, so that's what I was looking for. So we've got Awakened Talent of Creation, and we've got The Frost and the Flame. This one, like, I read like the first like 5 chapters or something like that, and it was not bad at all.
Thank you for
So
redeeming chair dance.
we might,
Gitox
had you
now
not
dance
followed
free.
it, then that would be a
Please fully
workaround.
enjoy this
Okay.
immersive experience.
True. But I figure since if we have no one's chapter to read, we should do a reading of one of these chapters. Premise of this book, basically, like, there's kind of like summer and winter across the planet. And the new heir was born as like the 10th calamity.
Dancing bitch, it ain't
And
over yet.
now the world is basically consumed by ice and like a frosty like winter that basically never ends. And the heir's father, after like 5 or 6 years, it basically tried to kill the kid, but wound up making a pact with like a demon for his life. And when the kid's like 19, the demon comes to take the father's life, and now the kid is basically going to take over the kingdom, but everyone like thinks he's like fucked up because it's rumored that he's the reason for eternal ice. But before he died, the king made a pact that made it so no one remembered what the sun was, so everyone just thinks that cold and winter is just how life is. And that's pretty much where I left off, right where he died. So this son is about to become the heir of a winter world where he's the only one, and I don't even know if he even knows if the whatchamacallit is real. The sun is real or not. I thought it was really, really interesting to play with that. So we read a little bit of the first of it. I think we're on prologue, The Roar of Forgetting.
Get up, you fat fuck, and touch your toes.
Not
I
quite
know you
sure
can't,
which
but
one of
anyways,
these.
don't
Ah,
follow
Zoink,
go.
you're so mean to me, man. Why do you do this? We also are completely, like I said, we're completely testing a new thing. So what we're going to be doing from now on is we're going to take like 5 or 6, like 30-second to like 40-second to like 1-minute clips of like continuous things that I say, whether I'm talking about the book, whether I'm talking about some sort of writing technique, whether it's like, be killing a monster in Monster Hunter or something like that. Some sort of like extra clips on, because I'm really bad at clipping during the stream, and I need more stuff for like the clips YouTube and for like posting on Twitter and TikTok and stuff like that. Just for like raising awareness and extra, trying to do as much as I can to get as much content out on the internet
Nice try,
as
better luck
possible.
next time, fat ass. Get back in that chair, you lazy ass shit streamer.
And I'm always trying to like I'll do something consecutively for an extended period of time, then I'll look at the analytics of it, and then I'll do something different, and then look at the analytics of that. And so far we're in like stage 4 right now, and we need like stage 5 or stage 6 before we can truly have like a degree of what the actual analytics look like. But that is the process that we're in, shifting around how we're promoting the stream and trying to use different angles instead of just one huge spam. I can't remember if this is the chapter that I read or not. Here's the backtracked. Okay, did I comment on it? Yes, I commented on it. Okay, so next chapter. This one. Okay. I've read this one too. Next chapter. I read this one. Apparently I read this one too. Okay, so we went very much further than I thought. It ramps up. Okay, we go to next one too. I don't know. Wait. No, this isn't even like, wait. Okay, if we go back to this. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, interlude. 2, the ice that devours the soul, or the Prince of Winter.
You forgot to use your fucking brown accent.
Or not, I am totally trying to scam you, bro. Okay, so he did not do that one. Sorry, I'm very confused right now. I don't know why it didn't set me back to where I was. Is this where I am? Okay, we go back one more because we didn't get to read the rest of this. Okay, yes, so much so. This is where we are at. The Prince of Winter. Okay, that is what we want to know.
Go back to normal, bitch. This shit ass accent.
I'll give you an extra 30 seconds of it, Zoink, okay? You don't have to worry about it. So this will be what we will go into next after this. So we have a good thing to read. So unless somebody wants to post something that they want me to read, then that is what we will be doing off the bat. So thank you very much. I am not watching that clip. You can try as many times as you want, but you cannot try that. You cannot do that. It will not redeem.
Hello, Mudahar.
Ah, Levi. Nice. But Mudahar doesn't even have, like, Mudahar literally has, actually, Levi, that brings up a great point. Mudahar is, like, literally the perfect definition of, like, an Indo-Canadian. Like, he has a complete Canadian accent. He's completely Canadianized, like Westernized, but he's still a Muslim. And he's a huge fucking YouTuber. So, I mean, there's always chance for Canada, right? We got Mudahar and we got XQC. I don't know any other, like, high-end Canadian content creators. Dude, Kai's not Canadian. Speed's not, they're American. At least, as far as I know, they're both American. I'm, like, pretty fucking sure they're both American. I did not know Mudahar was a Muslim, even though I've been watching him since the creepypasta days. The only reason I know that is because it came up in some controversy on Asmon's stream. Someone said something about Mudahar. It had to do with Hassan and probably like Caseytron or Denims or Frogan or something like that, saying something about Mudahar because he's Muslim. And it was a picture that he posted at something, and they were like saying something super negative about it. How much for a name reveal? You would have to give me $3 million. If you donated $3 million, I will dox myself. Zoink. So, if you just straight, you know, donate $3 million US dollars, because that's like $4.2 million Canadian. So yeah, if you want to do that, it's about $3 million USD. I mean, I don't know how much Hong Kong dollars that is. He might be the kind who's only Muslim on holidays. I think it's just he doesn't promote it as, it's just, you know, it's not relevant to his content, so why the fuck would he talk about it? That's the way I feel about it, right? Like, I wouldn't talk about my cross-dressing at all if it wasn't at least in some way a part of the content. And how much do I actually talk about it? Like, I really don't talk about it because it's not really important. Of all the things, it's like one of the more minor things of the overall, you know? It's the way that it is. But anyways, so today, the saggy middle. What is the saggy middle? And the only thing I can think about this is like nearing the end of the middle, because if the attack on Garuda and the exile of the Adventurers Guild is like a quarter to almost a half, then like the finding of Atomus and the 100-year quest is like the absolute midpoint, and then confronting Fafnir again. But then maybe there's another lull after confronting Fafnir? I'm not sure. Bomb Dropper, did you remember me? I remember you, Bomb Dropper. I bet Zoink remembers you too, bro. Welcome, welcome. How's it going, bud? How are you? Welcome to the stream. It is another day, which means I'm streaming. Yay! That's what it's all about, bro. Yeah, without further ado, let's get into it.
If you are struggling with the beginning of your novel, and maybe you just don't know what to write, or maybe you feel like you've got lost, I think it's natural to assume that you're struggling with structure. And yeah, that might be the case. The first 5 points that we're going to talk about in this video are structural tips for how to help the middle of your novel. But I also think there's a possibility that you might be having some sort of character problem. And so the last 4 points of this video are going to talk about character issues, and talk about how if you really know your character and know how to make them change, it's going to help you revive the middle of your novel. And
oh shit, where'd the sound go?
Let's start with...
Did the sound just dip out for you? Hold on, did the sound just dip out for you guys like super fucking hard? It got like super quiet all of a sudden. And I do remember Bomb Dropper. 1, my favorite anime is High School DxD. 2 is Rent a Girlfriend. 3 is 100 Girlfriends who really, 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 really love you. Well, I could definitely guess that, Zoink, because you're probably a 12-year-old. Just gonna say, man, you act like you're fucking 12, bro. And that doesn't help. True, Levi, true. Prop it up with a tent pole.
Prop it up with a tent pole. Now, most writers keep...
Wombat, welcome, welcome. How's it going, sir? How are you today? Are you ready for more storytelling? Bro, did you watch the new anime? No, Bomb Dropper. I don't have time usually to do that. Like, I'm barely caught up on Rick and Morty. I haven't even watched episode 7 yet. It's episode 7, right? That came out yesterday? Session 0 for my D&D game got delayed, so I have more time for food lore! Hell yeah, Wombat! That's awesome! Not that it got delayed, because I mean that probably sucks that it got delayed, but the fact that it gives you more time to develop out stuff, so I guess you don't feel as rushed, right? Your anime taste needs to shower more, Zoink. True, Levi. He is a true degenerate. So... Bomb Dropper, what would the new anime be? Because I have no idea what the new season of anime, if any of it is. I haven't watched VidTube in forever, and that's where I used to get, like, updates on what to, like, watch for the next, like, season of anime. Because I could usually pick, like, 1 or 2 anime that I could fit in, like, my schedule. Because, like, at the moment, I'm watching Andor Season 2 and Rick and Morty. And that pretty much takes up everything. And I still haven't even started watching Andor because I've been having to binge on Rick and Morty. But I think now we're fully caught up.
All their climactic material for the end of the novel, where, you know, the climax naturally appears. But a tentpole is a climactic event that happens right in the middle.
Okay. Tentpole is climactic event that happens near the middle of the story. So we have multiple tent poles. We have a tent pole at a quarter way. We have a tent pole at halfway. And we have a tent pole at 3/4 way. Which is the confrontation with Fafnir. You can watch it in Muse Asia. Not now. You can watch later, I guess. Oh, it's like hasn't dropped subs yet or something like that? Okay, so let's see. Book 1, Tentpole 1 would be Death of Zaid and the Rise of Husai. Tentpole 2 would be acquisition of Emerald Weapon and completion of the 100-year quest. Tentpole 3. It has subtitle. Okay, I always watch subtitle. My top 10 shows of all time, not all are anime. 1, Sword Art Online. Abridged. 2, Solo Leveling. 3, Arcane. 4, The Dragon Prince. 5, Frieren Beyond Journey's End. 6, Gravity Falls. 7, Attack on Titan. 8, Death Note. 9, Avatar The Last Airbender. 10, Hunter x Hunter. That is an amazing top 10. Let's see if I can do my top 10. Let's see. Berserk. If we're including movies as well, I would say Princess Mononoke. Actually, no, let's redo that. Now, Akira. Akira is number 1, then Berserk, then Princess Mononoke. Then probably Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Just because I fucking grew up with it. Steins Gate. Yeah, I guess Sword Art can go here. So Sword Art Online. Like, I really want to say JoJo's. It should be higher on the list, but it's just... And if we're going, like, outside of anime, then we're hitting, like, movies now. Like, The Prestige. Fracture. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. One more. For movies, I have Princess Bride, Free Guy. Free Guy's so good. Monty Python and the Holy Grail, Whiplash, Ender's Game, The Hunger Games, Star Wars Revenge of the Sith, Forrest Gump, The Shawshank Redemption, Red Notice. We have a whole spreadsheet where I list movies and shows I've seen and rank them. So we have this. We have this friend. I had this friend. He's still a friend, but I don't live there anymore since I moved. Known him since like high school, and we call him. Forgive my French. We call him the white guy who thinks he's black in a brown man's body. So he's a brown guy, but he completely acts like your typical white rapper. White gangster all the way. And we have this list because he's Indian, right? So he never grew up like watching movies. So we have this list called Captain Canada's Must Watch. And it's like all the movies that he's never seen. Like, oh, here's another. This would be my 10th one. Full Metal Jacket. Like, he's never seen Full Metal Jacket. He's never seen Team America. He's never... Wait, isn't the film industry huge in India? Yeah, but his mom wouldn't let him watch these movies because, like... Yeah, I mean, he's like 25, 26 now, but, like... He just never had the chance. Is, like, number 30 on my list. Nice. Full Metal Jacket, so good. But yeah, that'd probably be like just off the top of my head, like a good top 3. All right, and then the tentpole number 3 is Confronting Fafnir. With an 86 out of 100, very good film. Very good. But you know, there's so many. It's so hard to fit them all in there, right? Because there's just fucking way too many of them. And you're like, oh, I got to shift everything around. That's why I don't really care. Top 10 can be basically any order. Maybe top 3 can shift, like the least. But it's all within like a certain realm, right? But we're about to drop into some ads here, boys. So we'll just hold off on this. And I'm guessing it's just gonna take you a long time to write that out, Bomb Dropper, because I'm still waiting for your top list. I'm like, wait, did you not you get distracted, bro? We going on a tangent here? Oh, break tangent. Ad break. Fuck ads. What fucking ads? We hate ads. Ads are bad. Ads are bad and calm. Drugs are bad and calm. New season of Squid Game dropped. A couple episodes in now. It's a step up from season 2. I heard good things about it, Wombat. I still haven't watched Squid Games. I still need to also watch like the new season of Black Mirror too. That was like last fucking year. Like, god damn, streaming takes way too much time. Way too much time. Cause it's like, I gotta stream, then I gotta do all the editing, then I gotta do all the promoting, then I gotta do all of the writing that just like comes naturally with like being a writer. Then I have to do all of the like figuring out like the week's worth of commentary. Like, what videos am I gonna react to? Like, how am I gonna improve the stream today? Right? Only seen a couple episodes of Black Mirror. There's the USS Callister, and then there was the one where you could block people to make them not see your face. Ah! Black Mirror is really good. Except for the very first episode of the entire series. Never watched that one, the pig fucking one. I mean, what a way to start a series, right? Where everyone, even years later, is like, yeah, just don't watch the first episode and you'll be completely fine. Like, that is some fucking shit right there. That's like Dan to Dan. The first episode is borderline NSFW. Yeah, that's another one I was told not to watch. If you don't like high school, high school on the. But then again, you know, watch something like, fuck, what the hell is that? Oh God. It's like an anime where only women get powers. But this one dude, like, gets powers because, like, his powers he can get from the women, and it's, like, the main character is, like, her power is to, like, command you to do, or, like, trade to do something, or something like that, and it's, like, super fucking sexual, super fucked up, but it was really, really fucking good. I cannot remember what the fucking name of it was. Messed up part is that it is actually important to the story. Well, that makes sense. But yeah, I wish I knew what that one was called. They get summoned to like a different world, and it's like there's like these other beings there, and it's like he's trying to find like his sister, And it turns out she's like one of these people over there, and there's like, I don't know, it's not quite an isekai. I mean, you know the plot at end to end, right? Two kids trying to get a kid's stolen balls back. Yes, his balls were stolen. And see, I had no idea. All I know is that it was like borderline fucked up, and like most of the story developed in the second half of the series. That's pretty much what I heard.
Of your novel. Think of it as kind of a proto-climax. Now, the advantage of having a tent pole right in the middle of your novel is it divides the middle of your novel into two sections, which I think makes it a little bit more manageable. And having a tent pole is very satisfying for the reader because they get this big surprise or twist or story moving forward, and that entices them to read all the way to the end because they're now anticipating the absolute big climax. A tent pole is also a sort of point of no.
And the power system of the show is aliens versus cryptids versus ghosts. Okay, that's interesting. Combine them all together. Fuck it.
Return.
All we need, we just might as well just say SCPs.
Your character, so the character knows, and also the reader knows, like there's no going back after this point.
Yeah.
They're committed to the story in a more significant way. Now, an example of this might be Gone Girl by Gillian Flynn. And spoiler alert, if you don't know the
Hunter x Hunter. See, I didn't put Hunter x Hunter on there, even though it's so amazing. But it's like, well, Dragon Ball Z, same. It's like, it's just so, those are just to me are so mainstream standard that I don't know. Dragon Ball Z, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, That Time I Got Reincarnated. Slime is so fucking... Why'd you put Hunter x Hunter twice, bro? Wait, Last Mission, it's a movie. Wait, there's a movie? Wait, when did that come out? Is that like from 1999? Oh, that was actually... Oh, I might have actually watched this. I'm not sure. Shippuden could be a contender. Wait, this is in between before the Ant arc? I probably watched this. What's the movie about? They announced Edge Runners 2? Yes! Oh my god, I'm so excited for that, Levi. Edge Runners is so fucking good. Okay, maybe I haven't watched this. This is all about Netero. Maybe I never did watch this. I didn't start watching Hunter x Hunter until like 2018, 2019. Never heard of this movie, but by the title I guess it's Kurapika getting more eyes. Yeah, apparently it's all about Netero. That sounds really cool. I fucking love... Yeah, it's about the chairman. Yeah. I actually really want to watch that now. I fucking love Netero, man. Let's just watch this and chill for a sec because this is just so good.
Welcome to a Talk Stories, or tales of fantasy and more.
Because it's just so fucking good. Oh. Okay, this is... I want to see... Where's like a... That's 11 minutes. Where's a short... Oh, where's a shorter... Oh, is this the full fight? No, I don't want to watch 12 minutes. I just want to... Yeah, okay, here we go. This is it. Oh, there's no subs? No, that's like a...
やっても見ねえでわかるかよ。見た目で判断すると足
Then
元すくわ
Netero
れる
was
ぞ。
like pussy. Yeah.
人類という種のためか。弱く世が壊してやる。そして与えよう。平等とは言えぬまでも理不尽な差のない世界を。今矛を収めるなら許してやらんでもない。
早めにやっちまった方がいい。
貴様とは戦わぬ。場所の移動に意を挟まなかったのは。
お互い大変だな。
I have a character in my book that has kind of the same ability as this, but he dies in the first chapter. He's a monk and he uses like the power of the Buddha of 1,000 hands to do like 1,000 punches all at once, and that's his title. And it's basically this. Still need to watch JJK, so I can understand
This
how
is a wrong movie, stupid
Netero
monkey,
just
watch
did a
it and
domain
use Asia.
expansion. I don't know what Moose Asia is.
そんなに死にたいか。
王の器量としては稚児のダダに親が抱く程度のわずかな炎であったが。
Oh, he's just like, no, I
その方が
refuse.
世と交わすことが叶うのは言葉だけだ。
待てよ。言葉か。王よ。自分の名を知りたくはないか。
な
It's
ぜ
a
貴様
YouTube channel? Would it have a better video? Bomb Dropper, why are you sending me here? Well, it doesn't have Netero versus Meruem, so what do you mean it's the best one? That doesn't help at all, bro. Me when I lie. The last mission? No, that's the movie. I don't want the movie, bro. I'm watching.
Now following. Thank you for following Meshu5.
Meshu5, thank you for the follow, bro. How's it going?
Hi, sweetie.
Okay,
Hatred
it's-
was just telling me you used to Arch Commander Consul.
I just wish
thinks he'd be a perfect match for us.
this one had subtitles.
Are you smoking?
Who?
You.
Why?
その方
Why
に
did it go
勝
back
ち
to
目
the
はない。
beginning?
Maybe.
だが世の名
When did
前
you
を知
start smoking?
1980.
言葉
Oh yeah, this.
So you
I
have
forgot about
no
this.
way.
Best just one anime of the year and resulted in Meruem being resurrected. One more to go. Oh yeah, hell yeah, Sean. This was all. We're getting to 200. 200 guys. That's what it's all about.
自分の名を知りたくはない。
Haha. That's how. I forgot that's how he
世
entices
の
him
名
with
前
his
を知っ
name.
ている。
わしに負けを認めさすことができれば教えてやらんでもないぞ。
殺さず 気の済むまで。
No, that was on Kick. That was on Kick. So I actually have. Actually, I think I have 200 now. Let me check. Hold on.
王が応じると同時、ネテロは飛んだ。
No, 199 followers. We need one more follower on Kick to get 200.
俺が求めた部の極みは。
How's it going, Meshu? We're just watching this fight because it's badass as fuck, and I have a character in my book that's like Meruem. Or no, Netero. Sorry, not Meruem. Netero. With the Buddhas. Can't wait for the day that Saitama versus Garo gets animated. Oh, I know, Wombat. I fucking know. You can figure it out. I can't reply fast enough.
This 両の手のひらを合わせ5年あるいは10年かそれのみに没頭したのだその方が己を高めんがため捧げ続けた長き時褒めて使わす
虫が
老衆の兵士よ頼むぞ頼むからその前に成功は果ててくれるなよ
王の戦術は至極単純であった攻め続けること
その組み合わせをすべて
Like
検
Netero,
証
I
し
is literally just being racist here, isn't he? Yes, it's actually so fantastic that that's the main thing here. They could be friends. Like Meruem could be actually a very civil person if they weren't racist towards him being a fucking insect and an ant. And I love that in the story, because imagine if it was Gon fighting Meruem. This would be totally fucking different.
数百数千と重ねた
And that's what I love to think about this thing, is that that's what's so important about certain characters meeting at certain points. Right?
次は左腕をもらう
笑わしんなこれが生涯最後
Gon versus Meruem would be, you want peace? Make Pito suffer, and then we will have peace. It would be so good!
百式観音ゼロの手はネテロの渾身の全オーラを無慈悲の方向である
あ
This is my, like, just looking at him after that is like, this is what, imagine him at his peak. Imagine Meruem at his peak. Oh my god. And then the fact that he just ends him with a nuke anyways, and the radiation is what kills Meruem. It's such a sad way to go, but it's just, it speaks so perfectly to the fucking anime. It's like, it never lost its soul throughout the entirety of it. It always was pressing that question that I absolutely loved. Just like with Ahsoka, or Hisoka. It was like, is being bad really that bad?
The book or the movie. But in the middle of this book, we suddenly get a POV shift, and we start getting it from Amy Dunn's point of view, and we realize Amy is not only alive, Nick hasn't killed her, but also she has very carefully plotted a way to frame her husband for her murder. It's just this huge, jaw-dropping moment in the book, and it's not at the very end, it happens in the middle. So if you can, erect that tent pole right in the middle of your book. It'll give you something to write towards, and then to write off on for the second section of that middle. Now,
And that would be Zayd's death overall.
The second step is to
Juice the story. Alright.
A lot of writers make the mistake of the stakes that they have in the beginning of the novel are the same stakes that they have all the way to the end of the book. That's a problem. What you want...
The stakes at the beginning of the book should not be the stakes at the end of the book. Stakes need to shift over the book as the world is developed.
What you want to have in your book is stakes at the beginning of your novel and then escalate by the middle of the novel to make things even more dire and even more important. Let's look at the film
Escalate the
County,
stakes.
which is
Because it goes from being just the main characters are like in trouble kind of idea to, oh, the entire tree is in trouble to, oh shit, the entire continent is in trouble to, oh fuck, the entire world is in trouble. Well, of course not. If you had the same stakes at the end, at the beginning as the end, they would be cold. You need to let them rest before you eat, but not that long. Exactly, Wombat. You know, it's like, it's pretty much beef jerky by that point.
actually where I'm from in California. In the beginning of the movie, the big question is, will he or won't he be able to get into college? Specifically...
Well, the question at the beginning of the book is... Which is actually funny, because we never answer it. It's like, did I just get blackmailed? Or, like, am I getting blackmailed? Let's run away. That's pretty much what fucking happens at the beginning of the book, if you really, really think about it. And that kind of, like, shows a little bit to Husai's character, in the fact of he's just literally looking for an excuse to get the fuck out of there. And he's like, alright, okay, something's fucked. We gotta figure something out. We gotta do something. I'm a big fan of, oh heck, now the world is at stake. Oh fuck, my best friend is about to die. And that being ironically an escalation. That's true, Wombat, because it's closer to the character. Because even if the entire world is at stake, you know that your party is okay. And as long as your party is okay, you feel like you can conquer the world. Should we treat drafts as stakes, where you wait 15 days rather than minutes before tearing into them to rip them apart? That's probably a good idea, Sean. I wait 150 days. It's actually been almost 150 days since we wrote Chapter 1. But I don't plan on going back to it until, like, August. So we're still a month away from that. So I want to write Duart's Adventure, like 2 or 3 chapters of it, to kind of feel for keeping things together and keeping characters on track. And we're going to stick with the character profiles, because that's really important to Chapter 1. I'm having steak after the fucking stream. That's what I do, bros. All about that steak.
Stanford. Now, the stakes in that case are he's worried about.
So I download
wasting
Discord and
his life,
delete
so
Instagram. Bomb Dropper, how old are you? I'm back on my keto diet tomorrow. It's steak for lunch. Took the 4th of July weekend off of it. Ah. Nice. I just do whatever the fuck I want. Which mainly revolves around not eating because I'm lazy as fuck. So I usually have like one giant meal a day or like 1.5 meals where I have like fries or something like that. Like some sort of appetizer. Maybe like soup, something like that, and then I'll have like steak or like lasagna or like tacos. True, I don't know how those 3 square meals fellas do it. Yeah, Levi, that's too much food for me, man. I'm a small guy. I don't need that much food. I'm fat as fuck, and I just graduated college. If I don't lose weight now, I never will, you know? Well, that's not true. Could always be like Nikado. You put time, effort, and like strategy into it, you can lose hundreds of pounds. You just have to be willing to actually do it. It's not too much food, it's too much work. Oh, it's too much food for me. I couldn't eat that much. I'd be like, ugh. Ugh. Not even hungry, guys.
very much this existential stakes of, will my...
So I guess then the stakes become... It's a matter of discipline. I can't let myself wait. I lost like 20 pounds in the last 2 months. If I continue at this pace, I'll be at a healthy weight by this time next year. Nice, that's epic, Wombat. Hopefully you keep on that style, because, you know, being at a healthy weight is a good thing. Super underestimated. You know, I'm lucky in the fact that I just don't give a fuck about food, really. It's like, yeah, it's good and shit, but it's like, it's so much effort and work to eat, to make food and shit. Because I make basically, I love cooking and stuff, but it's just like, I like to cook once and then have meals for the week, right? Or just like cans of chili, maybe. Something super easy to do. Steaks become... Is the tree in trouble, and the adventurer world because of the looming Beastman War, which is kind of hinted at but is never really takes shape until they go to Garuda. Stakes become more dramatic with the death of Zaid and the reveal of how bad the monarch is. I'm a solid cook. My issue is that especially when I was younger, I'd eat not when I was hungry, but when I was bored. Ooh, yeah, that's bad, Wombat. Bored eating. That's why I play RuneScape. If I'm bored, I just play RuneScape, because then I'm just like absorbed for like 18 hours. But I haven't been bored in years. I haven't played RuneScape forever. That's usually my go-to. If I'm like, man, I'm really fucking bored. I got nothing to do for like 8 hours. Now it's like, man, I could sit down for 15 minutes and relax. Oh wait, I forgot to do something. No, I can't. Fuck. Stakes get even bigger with the reveal of bored eating couldn't work because I'm always bored. Ah.
Life matter. I want to make it matter, so I want to get into college. However, the middle of the story radically escalates those stakes. He goes to Stanford and ends up lighting the admissions building on fire accidentally. So now what are the stakes? Oh, now the stakes are, is he going to go to jail for arson? Those are significantly higher stakes. There's also a raising of the personal stakes because his girlfriend Ashley says, oh, if you go to college, like, you're gonna have to break up for me. So now we're not just dealing with an existential crisis, we're dealing with, oh, I'm gonna have to break up with my girlfriend. But raising the stakes is only one way to juice your story here in the middle. A second way would be to have some sort of reversal in the middle. So reversals can take many different forms. It might be that the character themselves are reversing their position in some way. Maybe they're completely changing in a different character. They go from
Fafnir is
being a hero to a
good,
villain. Maybe they go
Viceroy
from having very
is
strict
bad.
moral standards to no longer having moral standards. Or it might be that someone else reverses on them. Their mentor figure or their sidekick or their best friends ends up betraying them in some way. That could be a reversal. So suddenly everything that we've had for the whole beginning and middle of the story is now switched around. And what that does is it gives you enough story fuel to write the second half of the middle. Now, a third thing that you can do to juice the story is to employ Chandler's Law. This comes...
All right. Chandler's Law.
From Raymond Chandler, and he just said, if you get stuck in your story...
You should watch Squid Game explained by Korea. Oh, I could imagine that.
Just have a guy with a gun come into the scene. And I think the bigger picture idea here is you've been writing with certain characters, have an outsider come into the mix.
That would be probably Fafnir.
Some sort of outsider which will stir up the pot.
Just drop the link, bomb dropper. If you want me to watch something, drop the link.
For the rest of your middle. Now, if you want more ways to juice your story, check out my video on 9 shocking strategies to keep your reader awake until 2 a.m. I detail a lot more in that video. I cover stuff like twists and surprises and a whole bunch of other stuff, so I'll put the link in the description so you can check that out when you're done with this one. Now, this next idea for what you can do for your middle is one that not a lot of writers think of. It's number 3, throw in a digression.
Throw in a digression.
Digression is basically a chunk of your novel that seems disconnected from the main plot line. But the reason you might want to throw it in is maybe it connects metaphorically with what the theme is in your book.
Okay, let's think about this. Is like the 3 chapters of Husai in his depression a digression? I mean, it pulls you away from the entirety of the story, locks himself in his office, and he gets obsessed with all of Zaid's papers, as if he's like a detective in a room trying to solve a case. So the entire like identity of the story through Husai's eyes completely shifts here to almost something mundane to the reader, until you find out that Zaid discovered the Warriors of Light. And even from the beginning, Husai's like, this doesn't make any sense. What was he trying to say? Like, and he's like lining up graphs, looking at like basically character data, like for each of the adventurers, and looking at like from the top 10, top 20, top 30, top 40, top 50, 60, 70, 80, all the way up to like the top like 400, and trying to like line those graphs up on paper. And it's like the way that Zaid had it set up, you could fold them all over each other to basically have a flow graph of like the different stages, whether you want to have all of them on it, whether you only wanted a limited one, and that allowed for him to present his data, but also kind of hide it. Because he was like, this is fucked up. There's something wrong here. People need to see this, but I don't want to bring attention to it in this way. Kind of idea. And then he's like, alright, well, let's just go along with it like this. So it's just literally a mystery piece of Husai trying to piece everything together. With, like, the other characters basically, like, trying to cheer him up. And him saying, I'm not depressed! I'm just trying to figure it out. Wombat's random plot idea. A person has a prophecy told about them, but through the process of trying to fulfill it, they accidentally cause it to not happen. A flip on the traditional tragic prophecy structure. Interesting, Wombat. My thing was, I always loved from the Golden Compass, if you tell Lyra if anyone tells Lyra what she's supposed to do, then her mission will be, like, it will fail. And it's like, that's such an interesting way to go if you have the enemy that knows what the main character needs to do. And it's like all these forces trying to stop the enemy from getting to the main character just to tell the main character what their destiny is so that their destiny never comes true. But trying your entire life to, like, try and make a prophecy come true and then you wind up making it not come true is, like, that's pretty interesting, too. I like that idea, Wombat. There's a lot you can play with that. Zaid Husai studying Zaid's notes and Various and Gluttony making the play for Zaid's immortalization.
Or maybe it helps the protagonist learn something which gets them to the next stage of the journey. And the strategy here is, if you have been aiming directly at your plot, just hammering through those plot lines, and suddenly you get stuck, well, maybe take a step back and come at the plot from an oblique angle, from the side. And maybe that'll give you the step that you need to push forward with your plot. For an example of this, let's look at Haruki Murakami's The Wind-Up Bird Chronicle. There is a section in this novel, I think about halfway through, where there's a whole chapter in which an old soldier tells the protagonist a long story. The story is set in World War II. He was a Japanese soldier and he is going into Manchuria. They end up getting captured by the Soviets and a guy ends up getting skinned alive, and then the witness gets thrown in a well. Now, readers might be wondering, okay, this isn't the protagonist. Why are we getting such a long story about this? It's definitely a digression. And I think the reason why is it's echoing what's happening in the other part of the novel. It's teaching us something about war, and that's something that Murakami wants to comment on thematically. And also, the guy that gets thrown in a well, the protagonist ends up going into a well in other parts of the story. So it's talking metaphorically about what the protagonist is experiencing. He's basically saying, don't let your mind get stuck in that well. Like, you have to break free of the well. Anyway, I would encourage you to explore a possible story within a story, or some other form of digression in the middle of your book, if that's the way forward for your protagonist. Maybe that's the only way they can move forward in the book. The next step to fixing your novel's middle, which honestly not enough writers think about, is number 4, ditch your oversimplistic structures.
All right. Ditch your oversimplistic structures.
Hey, if you've been following a lot of screenwriting advice, and maybe you think like, oh, I'm going to figure out the 3-act structure for my story, I find that a lot of writers end up running out of steam because they have chosen a structure which is just a little bit oversimplistic. If you think about movie advice, I feel like that is a storyline which matches up better with short stories rather than with movies. And I think this is borne out by the evidence. There are so many short stories that end up being adapted into film, from Minority Report to Brokeback Mountain. And that's because those two are equivalent. So I think when you're writing a novel, sometimes when screenwriting advice...
Yeah, see, I think that's actually a really good point. It is a lot easier to turn a short story than a fucking novel into a movie. Because they're, like, you're more over expanding on the short story than you are crunching down, like, the book. I had an idea once for a film that follows the life of an American kid as he grows up, finds love, joins the military during World War II, goes to Europe, and then just gets shot in the head out of nowhere. No clean resolution, so much unfinished business. But so true, Wombat. So fucking true. Because that's how it happens. You're just going about your day, and then the next thing you know, you're fucking dead. That's it. It's over. It's done. What are you going to do about it? Nothing.
This fails is because a novel is not equivalent to a film. It would be much better to compare a television series to a novel. That is an equivalent amount of storytelling space. So you need a more complex structure for your novel. Perhaps a 7-point story structure novel, which I have covered in some of my other videos. Or perhaps if you need a lot of advice, you go to something like Save the Cat, which has more beat-by-beat points of what you need at every single point in the story. That's advice that will get you through the middle of your novel.
True.
And I'll just make 2 comments about the more complex structure you need in the middle. One, you need to just not have setbacks, but an escalating series of setbacks. So you don't have one setback.
Save the Cat is such a good book. Apparently, I've never read it, but apparently I should because, yeah. Everyone, like every single one of the authors that or editors, like YouTube channels that I've watched, every single one of them has mentioned Save the Cat multiple times.
It's more like a setback, and then a little bit forward, and then another setback, and a little bit forward, and another setback, and a little bit forward. So an escalating series where every single one is getting a little bit more intense and more at stake. And the other thing I will say about the middle is make sure you know where you are going towards. If you don't know your ending, of course you're going to struggle in the middle because you're floundering. You're like, where's the story going? You're treading water. If you know the ending, if you know where you're going towards, then it'll be easier to write this middle section and you'll be able to come up with those story plot beats in an easier way. The
True.
fifth and final point about structure, before we transition into the 4 points about characters that will help the middle of your novel, is number 5, don't forget
True. It's like $10. Yeah, but the problem is I'd never read it. I always forget. I shouldn't open that because it has all my shit on it. I should not open Amazon on... $11. Well, it's damn. It's half price. It is what it is. Subplot. So let's look at subplot. We've got Husai and Hildebrandt. We've got Husai and Zaid. We've got Husai and the Viceroy. We have Varius and Gluttony. What else? Tree Politics. I mean, just the Beastmen in general. Genetic engineering of avian and insectoids. Monarchs, lost bloodline. Guys, I think we have a lot of fucking subplots. Because they're not just subplots between characters. They're subplots over the overall structures of the book. Like the Beastman society itself and how it's ruled over through religion and dogma by the dragons. how there's no real history inside of the tree, but everything plays on a very, very, very simple political structure. And the reason why the monarch's bloodline is so important is because of the genetic enhancements, and that goes as well with the avians and the insectoids. And those are just the ones I can think off the top of my head. So I think we're actually pretty, like, stuffed with subplot.
Some of the time, when writers are struggling with middles, it's because they're focused so much on their main plot, and they don't have any other breathing room. They don't have any other parallel storylines that they can jump into for a moment that expands that section before they go back to the main plot. Yeah, if all you have is a main plot, then maybe like you're writing more of a novella length piece than a true novel, and you definitely need those subplots to expand what your novel space is doing. For an easy example of this, think about Breaking Bad. When you think about the main plot of Breaking Bad, it's Walter White transforming himself from this mild-mannered chemistry teacher into this savage drug meth kingpin. But the story would be a lot thinner if we didn't have multiple subplots.
Like Jesse
or
his wife and kid.
Think about Jesse Pinkman's parallel storyline where he struggles with guilt, and he struggles with addiction, and he tries to find his own moral compass. Or also think about the whole antagonist subplot, where you have...
Don't forget parallels. It's always great when microplots parallel microplots. A war between two factions paralleled by an analogous ideological character struggle of the protagonist. That is kind of what we have, Wombat, because he, like as Husai learns more information, and he's not necessarily a Beastman sympathizer, but he's not racist in the fact that, like most other people, like, racism and speciesism between species and stuff is an extremely big subplot, too. Because it's what's dividing most of the people. Their allergies are kicking my backside. Much as I'd love to keep the stream up, I just can't do it right now. Have a blast, everyone. Alright, Sean, have a great day. Man, you're just winning all day, which is losing. Let's see if I... Oh my god, I finally won! So racism is actually kind of a really big one, and Husai's always contemplating the idea of why people think on such levels of intellect and, like, positioning. Of saying, oh, I'm better than. So is he just not racist from the get-go, or does he decide on that after some back and forth? He's logical. So he thinks to himself, well, why do people not like avians and insectoids? Well, the octopi don't because they think that they challenge their power structure. And the octopi want to put down the avians and insectoids because they don't want to lose their overarching ability inside of the government, because the reason is because the monarch and the viceroy, because of the bloodline, everyone believes that they have the power over the tree. So they're extremely important for bloodline purposes, but their concubines are voted in by the people. So only female octopi have any chance of being like the president or the vice president. So unless they have some sort of way of separating the vice presidency and the presidency from the concubine state of the monarch, then there will never be a point where an avian or an insectoid could be either the president or the vice president. And even all the heads of most of the government are still all octopi. And so that gives the avians and insectoids reasoning to want to hate on beastmen, because the octopi look down on them, so they want to be able to look down on the beastmen. And this is all simply because the structure of the government isn't developed very much. It's only been like 600 years, and they haven't had enough time to create a well enough structure to facilitate what actually needs to happen. So it's just been like a boiling point inside of the tree, where you have the fanatics who hate beastmen and don't even want beastmen to be allowed to be adventurers, and they're like, no, they can't come inside of the tree. And then there's beastmen sympathizers who are like, there's no difference between the beastmen and any other race, like, we should be allowing the beastmen to come into the tree and be allowed to be adventurers as long as they can prove themselves. So there's like this massive clash inside society between these two sides of, like, basically racism. And it's all for, like, perspective ability to look down on someone else. That's where everything stems from. But since Husai is human, he's like, I am my own race. Like, there's no one else that's like me. I don't even know what my species is called. All I know is I'm not that, I'm not that, I'm not that, I'm not that, I'm not that. And I don't know what else there is. If a group historically kills their group more in Group B, would strict logic dictate to keep their guard up more around group members of Group A than Group B, and or trust them less, even if Group A and B is immutable in the individual? I want to clarify, I am not implying this is the real world in any way, shape, or form. True, Wombat. The problem is that conflict is not really a thing, because the only way you can actually die is if your head gets cut off, and that's basically the only thing that's illegal. And if you want to do combat, there's literally, we have, like, we call it the bottom 15, and it's the bottom 15% of Thought Wombat was going mask off for there for a second. When they find out more about the history and the past of the world in the old world, it's the problem they don't have a history right now, and the history and religion and stuff that they pull off of in spirituality is all from the Beastmen. So it's kind of also this duality where they're drawing their inspiration from the Beastmen while claiming the Beastmen are inferior to them. Which is the, oh, I say one thing but I do another. Right? And that's kind of the contradiction. But the fanatics are just basically crazy people. They're the, like, 2% of people that are too scared to do drugs, too scared to mate, too scared of violence, that they will promote violence and those things in a safe space as long as it doesn't affect them. And they're basically like Karens that their only existence is to make other people's lives worse because that's the only way they can justify their own existence. And just that 2% of the population is enough to, like, push the scales for the people basically sitting on the fence. Because it's the idea that they're advocating for something whereas no one is advocating against it because they think it's so stupid. So just slowly over time, they just continuously press extreme rhetoric that converts people over. And before you know it, there's more people than you could ever imagine that think that way. Even though there's no logical reason for it. And I think that's a big piece to put on 13, what's up? Not much. We're talking about racism and speciesism and how my main character isn't racist, but a lot of other people in the world are, and the reasons why he's not racist. And it's like he's very logical. I used to be a genuine bigot back in middle school. I got fixed in high school. I was deep in the rabbit hole. Damn, Wombat. Hey, man, it's coming back. It's like Asmund says, man, it's fucking coming back. Cause people are fucking dumb, and the Democratic Party can't give up fucking race war shit. Doing amazing. I finished all 6 chapters before my deadline. Fuck yeah, 13. That's what it's all about, bro. Feels good to finish that shit, right? But yeah, because thinking logically, it doesn't make any sense for... Like, you could just be an advocate for changing the way that the governmental structure works. Me, when the left in the U.S. is too far right for me. Very good. Yes, yes. It is an egg salad! Yeah. So it's like there's no real reason. He's never had an experience that's made him feel like anyone is above anyone else. And that's, again, mainly because he's human. He's not on anyone's side. He's on his own side. So if anything, the reason that he's not racist is he hates everyone equally. My grandpa ain't racist. He hates everyone.
Hank Schrader's pursuit of Walt, and we see him go step by step trying to locate who this meth kingpin is. So if you're struggling with content in the middle, try to find a good subplot or two subplots to run alongside your main plot. Okay, so let's transition into characters, because characters really can help us fix our middles. And for the first one, we're going to look at number 6. Make them face.
Make them face their main fear. What is Husai's main fear? Husai's main fear is that he is the chosen one, and he has some grand task that he must complete in his life. The pressure of this has always weighed on him, and he gave up on this long ago due to reasons, we'll just say. But yeah, he basically lost his faith. So he has to confront the reality that he's important. Reality that he is important. His importance revolves around Gaia and her influence, directing him towards Fafnir and away from the monarch. Wait, he's an octopus, right? No, the main character is human. He's basically like a super buff, like Arnold Schwarzenegger, two-handed sword wielding motherfucker. But he's the only human, and that's due to genetic engineering and manipulation by Gaia over time through the Viceroy. Because the Viceroy has been her vessel in that small piece of the partitioned brain that she was able to take control of. And whenever the Viceroy is in proximity to Husai, the closer he is to Husai, the stronger Gaia's influence is on that partitioned mind. Until something has to, like, set it off, like a plan or something like that, or I still haven't figured out how that works, but there'll be something along those lines. But, yeah. A fish bit his toe and it hurt. I mean, you could have that for any... Dude, okay, no, Wombat, okay, get this, because in the main city, right, so there's the tree that grows out of the volcano. And then around the volcano is the city of Ifrit. And in this entire area, because it's a very jungle, tropical area, the beastmen that are around it are Sahagin. And Sahagin are fish people. So make one of the characters afraid of fish, and then he's like, oh shit, Sahagin! And it's like he has like a phobia of Sahagin because of a fish. And it's just like a PTSD trauma moment. Like maybe he like... Yeah, like he got bit by something, but he's like, you know, something like Shanks kind of thing, where like he lost an arm, he lost an appendage, maybe it could be an octopi and he lost his left leg. If you know, you know. they're afraid of normal fish, so those fish would turn that up to 11. Exactly. Exactly. And that would just be fucking great to play with. I fucking love it. It's so simple, it's so easy, and it gets the job done. Makes characters seem real. Pythagoras is famously afraid of beans. As the story goes, he was killed when he got cornered near a bean field. Better I be killed where I stand than trample on beans, were allegedly his final words. Wow, that's quite interesting. That's a random irrational fear. Some things you just can't logic, guys. Some things you just cannot logic. Let's see. So, Varius's worst fear. His plays failing his audience. Wait, didn't we just have an ad break, or were we counting down to an ad break? Am I retarded, guys? I think I'm retarded. Wait. Ah, I'm retarded. I wish it only showed me the one thing, not the other thing. I swear, we just had a fucking ad break. But I guess I'm just fucking high. Tis what it is, boys. Can't do much more than that. You gotta earn your wings somehow. So let's see. His plays failing his audience. And he has to face this... how? Okay, maybe Zaid's immortalization does not go as planned? Question mark? I'm also thinking maybe one of the plays. Fun fact, with Opera GX, you can see the stream without ads via the mini player. You are able to unmute the stream. Just gotta remember to remute it before you go back to the main stream or the audio doubles. Oh, I didn't know that, Wombat. That's crazy. Hell yeah. Fuck ads! I wish it didn't have ads. Get an ad block, get rid of those ads. No one gives a fuck about ads. I get like 12 cents. Fuck ads. Skip that shit. So bullshit. You shouldn't have to have ads until your partner. If your partner, yeah, I can see you're using bandwidth. But for an affiliate, you shouldn't have to fucking be forced ads to not have pre-rolls. So bullshit. So, Varius' worst fear is his plays failing his audience. So maybe Zade's immortalization doesn't go as planned, or he plans for a grand play for Beastman and it falls flat because his themes are too deep for them to understand. And he has to just come to terms with the fact that there's dumb people in the world who can't logic things out. I remember once I had a YouTube ad for the second Lego movie. It was the entire Lego movie, like a 2-hour ad. Was skippable, but I didn't skip it. I just watched the Lego movie that night again. Nice, Wombat. Did you know that they're apparently getting rid of the skip button? Oh, so maybe it was a bug. Because I heard people talking about Google's, like, somehow YouTube getting rid of the skip button. And there's ads that are like 45 minutes long. I don't pay for anything because this is how I think about it. I pay for one thing, then I pay for two things, then I pay for three things, then I pay for 4, then 5, then 12, then 20. Next thing you know, I'm broke. I do not spend fucking money. Necessity, that's it. The only per month plan I have is my phone, which I don't even pay. My parents do. Night, Sir Ito. Here's a random reply I picked from someone's dress choices. Cool. I'd say Ella's dress would be B, although I'd think she'd pick A, or perhaps E, since she is somewhat one with the elegance in her own dresses and fits that she whips up in her spare time, all while also adventuring with Danny, Chris, and Yuri. Her besties, although Danny is the closest one to her since they grew up together and have also met someone that's close to them as well, that someone being Jake. Nice, Rick. Thanks for the excerpt, bro. That was great. I mean, I'm spending like 7 hours a day on YouTube, so... Yeah, I guess that's true, Wombat. I just use an ad block. Twitch is different, because I don't know how to ad block Twitch, but like, I just use an ad block. As you can tell, none of the videos I watch have ads on them, because I use an ad blocker. But it's a good thing, because as Asmund says, same squad for the OG anime, by the way, just missing Robald and Bob. Ah, nice. As Asmund says, there are those people... Oh, fuck. Okay. Nope. See, there's these times when the TV freaks out, and it's not the entire system. So, like, my TV just went black, and it's, like, still black right now. But it hasn't shifted anything around. So, I'm not sure. But it should come back, but it's not coming back. So I'm going to turn the TV off and I'm going to turn it back on. That usually fixes it. Otherwise, I'm going to have to go fuck with the HDMI cable. Okay. This might be a TV problem. It's not even... Okay, there it goes. It brought up the LG. There we go. Okay, we're back. We're back. Sometimes it does that. I'm glad it only happened to the TV, because it's like, if the whole system freaks out, that's the PC. That's a problem. If just the TV freaks out, this is like a 12-year-old TV. I could just go buy another one. It's not a fucking problem. Alright. Back to what I was saying. Asmund and ad blocks. I'll just give you their full names. Jake Takahashi, Ella Matsuda, Chris Suzuki, Yuri Matsumoto, Danny Akiyama, Bob Sato, and Robald Tanaka. Tizall. Nice, Rick. Great names. Fucking love it. But there's those people that no matter what the ad is, they'll never buy the product, and that's me. So there's no point. Like, I'm a wasted ad. If you're giving people money to show me an ad, you're fucking up, because I will never buy that product. You will never influence me with an ad. So you want me to have an ad blocker, so that way you don't have to pay for me to not buy your product. But yeah, that's the way I see it. Let's see, something like Walker. Worst fear is embarrassing themselves in combat. Something like tries to do a night, Cerrito. Wanted to say hello. All is all. Night, everyone. True, Rick. Have a good night, good sir. Take care. I mean, ads won't influence me is kind of cap. It's the same energy as propaganda doesn't work on me. No, I just mean that I don't spend money, Wombat. Like, for instance, if you showed me an ad for something, I live in a very small town. I live in Canada. So most likely, whatever it is, unless it's like an Amazon product, which I would only buy if it was like it's just like, and if you were like promoting a movie or something like that, I pirate everything. So it's not that the ad doesn't influence me. It's that like I don't eat fast food. I have a very pretty basic meal regiment, right? Like I don't do anything for entertainment, really. And if I'm watching anything, so it's kind of like that, right? As opposed to anything else. It's just like, it's not like you're going to show me a picture of something on Temu and I'm going to all of a sudden buy it. Like, oh my god, I didn't know that existed! You know, like that's not, I'm not that type of person. So it's like I'm just in that like 1% where it's like it's probably better for companies that I use an ad block because they won't be paying for me to watch the ads instead of the other way around. They're just wasting their money on me. And they're also making me I'll see an ad for, let's say I see an ad for McDonald's. If I was going to fast food, I wouldn't go to McDonald's because I saw that ad. So it's like I'm just like I'm just like super adverse to it, where I will force my opinion in the opposite direction just because I'm frustrated. It's like if something pops up to rate, I will rate it a 1, saying get the fuck out of my face. I didn't ask for a review. I didn't ask to give a review. I don't want to do a fucking study. Get the fuck out of my face. But if I like the product and I like the thing, then I'll give it a review. Anyway, I gotta head out. It's late and I gotta work in the morning. I gotta fix mouse input in my game tomorrow. Ooh, good stream. Hell yeah, Wombat. Take care, buddy. Thanks for hanging out and coming by, good sir. Take care. Have a great night. Always good to see you. Tries to do a complex combat move and fails, almost gets killed, has to be saved by a J-man or something. I mean, I'm just like giving examples, right? So that's like the basic, yeah, sure, we got to make them face their fears. We got that.
Fear. In the beginning of your novel, it's good to set up a character who has very strong aversions to something, have a very strong fear to something, or maybe they just say, I will never do that. So once you've set that up, the middle of the novel is a perfect place to make them do the thing that they are deeply afraid of. Look at a story.
That's kind of how it starts off, because Usai's like, I don't want to, you know, I don't want to be the chosen one. Fuck that. Get out of here. That's not how this shit works. I spent my whole life trying to do it, and now you're telling me now's the time? All I had to do was give up, and that's when I start succeeding? Fuck that.
Chief Brody, who in the beginning of the storyline is deeply afraid of water. Well, that's just perfect fodder for writing the middle of the book, because obviously he's going to be pushed out to sea. He's going to have to make that choice to go to the ocean to try to hunt down Jaws. So his character contains the kernel of what the middle plot should be. Or think about the novel Room by Emma Donoghue. The characters are trapped inside a small room, a mother and her son, and the mother's greatest fear is that her son will be hurt or die. But she has to risk that in order to escape. She has to roll her son up in this carpet and, you know, hope he doesn't suffocate or hope the man who's imprisoning her doesn't kill her son. She has to risk that in order for them to try to escape. So if your character doesn't have a gigantic fear in the beginning of your novel, well, give them one. And that will help you with writing the middle of your novel as they have to confront that fear. This next point is the doozy.
Well, it kind of is, because I guess another fear, we could also say that Husai's, like, main fear is losing people under his command. And being the reason that people die under him. So we could actually, like work a lot more with that. Husai's fear that he will cause someone under his command to die. Zaid's death. It's ironic because it's not someone under his command. Zaid would have lived if he was under his command. So I think that works really, really well with Zaid's death. Boom. Done.
Which will solve a lot of the problems in the middle of your novel. It is number 7. Deliberately
Oh, that's a good one. Deliberately sabotage your protagonist's strengths. You know how we do this, guys? You know what this is? This is the exile of the adventurers from the tree. They lose the main forges that can create artifact, armor, and weapons. So their highest tier of equipment is no longer repairable or craftable. Resetting the type of equipment characters can use for a almost one-sided battle against Fafnir. Resetting the type of equipment. This makes low-tier gear more important. And when the time comes when characters put on their real gear, you know the tension is on. Nice. So yes, we actually do sabotage this, and we lose a lot of our abilities. Which is crafting. Crafting is like the main part of being an adventurer. You need gear and equipment to be maintained and up. And only the best forges made, which are inside the tree, have the capacity to create the best armor. Plus now you've lost, like, because some of the, like, those, like, the crafters that were part of the Adventurers Guild also got kicked out of the tree. Anyone who was, like, a crafter or anything like that, who had associations with the tree. And it's like, I don't know if that whole branch is just going to be, like, fucking removed from the tree. It could be another huge thing where it just fucking, they just chop the fucker off and it just fucking falls to the ground, destroys fucking everything around it. Just falls into the lava and it's just like another piece hanging out, gets devoured by the roots. But that might make it accessible again. So maybe not, but we'll see. So, boom. We nailed another one, guys.
Your protagonist's strengths. So in the first half of your novel, your protagonist probably succeeded by using whatever intelligence or powers that they had to overcome the obstacles. That's great. That's classic storytelling right there. So the trick might be for the second half of your middle is to take that away from them. This forces them to adapt in all sorts of creative ways and gives you a lot of storytelling fodder to go in new directions. Look at a movie like Spider-Man 2. We have Peter Parker, who's doing fine and dandy as Spider-Man, but then all of a sudden he starts to lose his powers. So then he's forced to compensate for that. He's forced to figure out, like, what are these issues of self-doubt and stuff that is causing me to lose my powers? And he has to go through those obstacles and go on that journey to try to regain his powers. And for all of you who aren't writing superhero stories, which is a lot of you, I think this advice is just as applicable. If you have a character who is super analytical, then you try to force them into very emotional territory where they just feel out of their depth. If they are very physically powerful, then you might render them helpless through circumstance. Now, this advice obviously requires that you have established like what these character strengths are so you can sabotage them. So yes, it does.
So establish character strengths. Sabotage character strengths. Watch character evolve through trials without their strengths.
Does require some character setup, but the reversal by taking away those strengths is going to be a great way to fuel the middle of your novel. This next point I think is probably the best one in this entire video.
All right.
It is number 8. Have them question or change.
Have them question or change their desire. Sai doesn't want to be a leader, he is forced to. He wants to be an observer. He has to take command because he's the only one who can do it. His new desire is to keep those under him safe. If having to accept being the chosen one is what will keep them, the people under him, safe, will he accept that?
Change their desire. So obviously at the beginning of your novel you set up some sort of strong character desire for your protagonist. That's awesome, that's great. A lot of people, they keep that same desire throughout the whole novel, and I think it's a better tip if halfway through that desire or goal gets changed or altered in some way. Look at The Godfather by Mario Puzo. You have Michael Corleone, who at the beginning his desire is simply to have a very normal life with Kay. But then halfway through the book, there is an attempted assassination on his father. And he steps into the ring, goes to a restaurant meeting, and ends up assassinating 2 men. So his entire desire changes from wanting to have a normal life to wanting to enlarge his father's mafia empire and slaughter those who oppose him. Another great example of this is in Minority Report with Tom Cruise. In the beginning, he is a very dutiful employee, and he just wants to run the pre-crime unit and stop murders before they happen. But in the first half of the middle, his desire completely changes. He gets accused of a pre-crime, and so his desire is, oh, I just want to clear my name. But then in the second half of the middle, that desire expands into a much broader goal. He wants to dismantle the entire pre-crime unit because he feels like it's being abused. So listen, don't wait until the very end of your story to have character change.
Don't wait until end of story to have character change. Always be pressing towards new heights with your characters.
Make them change their desire perhaps 2 or 3 times throughout the story, and that will help propel your story towards the end. Now it's time for the very last thing that you can do to help the middle of your novel out, and it is number 9. add backstory.
Add
so where
backstory.
doesn't work very well is often in the beginning of a novel, because we don't yet have the present moment
So Husai was an adventurer who moved up the ranks super fast. He became well known and the leader of the best alliance of top adventurers. He left the adventurers to become the adventurer guild master so he could create the illusion experiment I guess facility, or I guess illusion branch of the Mages Guild. After years of failing at it, he gives up on it. 20 years later, he is a regretful bureaucrat. Oh my god, I still can't spell bureaucratic. Where the hell does... He's a regretful bureaucrat. Jesus, that took way too long. Discovery of the Calm Pearl sets him into action. He now has a purpose. Find out if he's being blackmailed and what this information means. Yep, we got that pretty much down.
Built up yet, and so you don't really have enough of a story to take time to go into backstory. However, by the middle of your novel, you've really set up the engine, the plot engine of your story really well, and now you have earned yourself the right to take a chapter and go into your character's backstory, if it's right for the type of book you're trying to write. And what you're looking for is...
And that's how it gives us backstory, because it starts out with this massive mystery about, okay, so Husai himself is in here, and Husai's being claimed that this happened, but he says that he didn't do it, and he's going to his trusted, highest friends in the government, essentially, like Sid, Varius, and the Viceroy himself. But he doesn't want to show it to the Viceroy until Sid is confirmed it's not him. The question of whether he shows it to the Viceroy or not is still the question of, do we ever learn if it was the Viceroy? I don't even know if it was the Viceroy. It should be the Viceroy. That's the only thing that makes sense, is that it was the Viceroy. Because that would be Gaia initiating what has to happen, because now, all of a sudden, Fafnir's on the move. And it's like he's had that 50 years to build up buying an army, essentially, and getting the Beastmen together.
want backstory that explains a character decision in the present moment story, or backstory that just helps us to get to know this character so we understand what they are going to do next. I think of a novel like Middlesex by Jeffrey Eugenides. The novel starts with the protagonist's present day story, and then we go into the backstory of the family history and all the incestuous relationships that led to the creation of this particular character and his or her problems, because he or she is Middlesex. Now, I will say to be careful with this one. Backstory is dangerous, especially if it goes on too long and we lose sight of the present moment story. And it's also dangerous because, you know, not every book needs backstory. Sometimes it's fine to leave backstory as mysterious. You really need a reason why that backstory is essential for the middle of your novel. If it does not propel the story forward in some sort of way, you're better off leaving it out. I hope that helps you with the middle of your novel. Please watch another video of mine, like this one, subscribe to the channel, or check out some of the links I have in the description, which will help you along your writing journey.
Where's the thing for... Do they not have it anymore? With the autoplay thing where it goes to the next video? Because it kind of gets annoying after a while. Oh, I already liked it. Anyways, here, give Book Fox your love, good sirs. We're about to add into ads! Ad territory! And then we will be reading... from, unless anyone has a story that they want to post in the Discord, because I'm not seeing anything other than, oh, Callie, that was yesterday. That was like 12 hours ago. Yeah, I don't think anyone's posted anything, so we're good on that end. We can just start this. And this was a really interesting story, so I'd like to continue reading it. But I'm debating, should we do the commentary now or after? I think we should do the commentary now and get that over with. Alright, so stop killing games. Can I beat the ads? Oh, I feel like I'm gonna sneeze. This is bad. Jesus. Ugh. All right. So, stop killing games. Let's see what this means for ownership of games. the recent 1.2 million signatures of the Stop Killing Games initiative in the UK. What are the chances that a global standard is held for the preservation and required prolonged access to specifically single player games that should not require online connection, because the single player aspect of the game does not involve online. Smokey, what's up, brother? How's it going? We're talking about Don't Stop Games. And think if the initiative could go global. Could we see the rise of companies that are designed to buy up the rights to old games and stockpile them for preservation purposes? And since they own the rights, they could choose to redistribute said product. This is just one step towards the ultimate goal of having regulations around the preservation and distribution rights of media in general, not just video games. What do you think the possibility of this being adopted by the whole world? Boom. Easy. How far down this rabbit hole can we go? Cute Muffin, be right back. True, brother. Thank you, thank you.
Cute Muffin.
Oh shit! Muffin! Thank you for the raid, good sir. How's it going? How was the stream today, bro?
Oh, I will be there.
The recent success of the Stop Killing Games initiative, with over 1.2 million signatures in the EU and over 100,000 in the UK, suggests growing support for preserving single-player games, especially those not requiring online connectivity. Seems likely that this could lead to regional standards, with Europe potentially setting a precedent, but a global standard faces challenges due to legal and cultural differences. Companies buying rights to old video games for preservation already exist. This practice could expand the support of laws, though it's not yet widespread. Broader media preservation regulations are possible in the long term, but face significant resistance and are less certain. True. The growing movement for game preservation. The Stop Killing Games initiative, launched in response to games like The Crew becoming unplayable after server shutdowns.
We should abolish intellectual property.
I'm not so sure about that. I just think we should limit what you... Like, for instance, what you can patent. Like, you shouldn't be able to patent the Nemesis system. That's complete fucking bullshit that Disney's fucking patented the Nemesis system. Just realized I missed COTD. Oops. Sorry, Warner Bros. Yeah, sorry, Warner Bros. Not Disney. Warner Bros. Yes. You shouldn't be able to end, like, the whole controversy with, like, Pal World and Pokemon. I'm not even sure what COTD means. Something of the day, right? Disney is out here catching strays. Cup of the day. Okay, cup. That makes sense. Stop Killing Games launched in response with 1.2 million signatures in the EU and over 100,000 in the UK as of July 2025. It's clear there's strong public demand for preserving single-player games that don't require online connectivity. This could lead to new laws in Europe, potentially influencing other regions, but achieving a global standard is complex due to varying legal systems and industry opposition. Potential for companies in preservation. Companies like Limited Run Games already produce physical copies of digital games, and non-profits like the Internet Archive work on preservation. If laws support this, more companies might buy rights to old games for redistribution, especially for single-player titles. However, this is still emerging and depends on legal challenges. I be back. Alright, sounds good, Muffin. Extending preservation to all media, like books and films, is a bigger challenge. While there are existing cultural heritage laws, resistance from copyright holders makes this less certain. It's part of a growing conversation about digital rights, but progress is likely slow. In summary, Stop Killing Games Initiative's success suggests a promising future for regional game preservation standards, particularly for single-player games, with Europe likely leading the way. Companies buying rights to old games for preservation are already emerging, with potential for growth in laws support this. Broader media preservation regulations are a long-term goal, facing significant resistance but gaining traction through customer advocacy. Global adoption remains complex, but the evidence leans towards gradual progress driven by public demand and technical advancements. True. Alright, so this is Chapter 3, The Prince of Winter. So, just to get everyone on track, the world is covered in winter, and it's all the prince's fault, and he's 19 now, and everyone's out to get him. So, we'll see how it goes. But I thought it was really interesting, so. And no one's posted anything to read in a while, so I'm like, well, he's technically going to be the king, but the king just died. So it's like, the person that received in the last chapter, like his brother, the prince's brother, I think it was his brother, received the note that the king was dead, and his brother planned to kill the prince. So now we're getting the first perspective of the prince, I'm pretty sure. And this is set in Korea, with like a mystical kind of world, but the premise is in Korea. I wish I had a good prince joke for this moment. So in Bok Jo-san, Year of the Tiger, 19th Winter. Blood does not inherit right, only one's will can. Thoughts of King Yi Hwan. The road back to Saohon lay glazed in frost. Distant hills rose like sleeping beasts under the snow, and the dawn-gray sky promised neither warmth nor solace. The imperial standard snapped in the biting wind as if protesting its tether to the world. Prince Yi Hwan rode at the head of his royal escort, clad in ceremonial armor with somber dark plates edged in bronze, dulled by battle. His stance was tall, poised, each movement deliberate, yet it was a patch covering his left eye that drew attention, and now, too, a white streak had begun to show on his sleek ebony hair. Moreno 1965! Thank you for the follow! That means we just hit 200, doesn't it? Did we just hit 200?
Why?
What, why? Are you smoking?
Maybe.
What? When did you
Still says 199, guys. I don't know.
So you have been lying. It all makes sense. The filled ashtrays, the burning pine-scented hairspray.
Yes, I'll say it. Her 3-pack a day,
Not quite
boys.
sure. But thank you for the follow, bro. One of these days we'll break it. A white streak had begun to show in his sleek ebony hair. A curse. His guards muttered, keeping their distance, even though their duty was to protect him. That white strand had not been there on departure for the north. Something was changing in Yihuan, and they could sense it. Rumors swirled. Some blamed Queen Consort Yun Min. Others believed he had fallen victim to an incurable sickness. The truth was, no one had seen his left eye since. At court, he was referred to in whispers as the Winter Heir, with a heart of steel. In Ming, the great exorcists called him the 10th Calamity, the prince who condemned the nation to endless winter, the 10th to unleash ice upon the realm destined for oblivion. Yi Huan heard it all and cared not. His thoughts galloped ahead of his horse. The Northern Rebellion had been crushed now with glory, but with iron and terror. Not with glory, but with iron and terror. He had seen villages in ashes, mothers pleading for children who would never return, men fighting not for betrayal, but for hunger. That was no victory. That was a warning of what was to come. As the gates of Seohan swung open before him, the city did not roar. There were no cheers, only a hushed procession beneath paper umbrellas, citizens bowing briefly before lowering their gaze. None wished to see too clearly. Snow still fell, tiny icy spears on the soldiers' shoulders. In the distance, the royal palace loomed like a shadow against the mountain. Upon entering the capital complex, Yi Huan felt something was terribly wrong. No ceremonial offers greeted him, nor the eunuch who normally received his return. Instead, a line of pale-faced servants stood silent, afraid to speak. A dense funeral atmosphere enveloped everything. It was not just the cold, it was a terror-laden silence. A young officer approached with downcast eyes. "Your Highness, the king, the protector of this realm, has died last night." The wind stilled. For a moment, even the snow froze in midair. Yi Huan did not reply. Did not ask how or why, he simply nodded, as though he had been waiting for that message for weeks. "Where is my mother?" he asked, at last, voice composed and without tremor. "The queen is in the retiring chamber with the council ministers. The funeral rites are being prepared in the hall of the White Lotus." "And the eunuch Choi Song?" The officer hesitated. "He has not left the royal quarters since the king's passing. He is apparently wounded. It is said he struggled with the assassin, but..." He stopped himself, sensing he said too much. Yi Huan gazed upwards, a single white eye behind silk, and a black eye. Yin and yang in his face. Snow drifted over his long hair, tied at the waist and fanned behind him by the wind. He made no move to cover the white strand of the cold severed him. The cold served him. It helped maintain his mask. The son who could not weep. The prince who must not falter. The king he must now become. He turned towards the pavilion where his father fell. There, at death's threshold, the game began. A thought pierced him like a concealed dagger. This had to be the deed of a hired assassin sent to hasten his rise. He had always felt it down to his bones. His father was not taken by illness alone. He had been killed before his son's return. Someone had forced the schedule of his ascent. From that moment, Yi Huan knew every step in the palace would be a dance with betrayal. As he advanced towards the inner halls, the echo of his boots on frozen stone sounded like a somber omen, and still the snow fell. The palace was shrouded in oppressive solemnity. The snow had paused, yet the sky remained as gray as the corridors. Celebration banners had been replaced by silver-embroidered drapes, Eastern pavilions filled with incense and prayers, senior officials dressed in linen bands of mourning. In the center of the hall of the White Lotus lay King Yi Gyeon's body on a Polnia wood coffin, draped in white silk. A ceremonial sword, not the one of his death, rested beside him as a symbol of eternal peace. The public was not permitted near. On this day, mourning was reserved for royal blood in court alone. Ministers murmured gently, a hum like winter insects too timid to fly. Yi Huan knelt before his father's memorial plaque, the patch burning softly beneath his closed eyelids. He had not moved since entering. Only his hands remained steady, pressed together, bearing the weight of the emptiness within. Behind him, other members of the royal family stood at attention. Tension crackled in the cold air between them. Then his brothers entered. First, Yi Myung, in full ceremony attire, hair arranged with military precision, eyes sharp as a spear's blade. He walked as though the ground owed him his path. He kneeled methodically, never glancing at Yi Huan. Then Yi Seok, merely 11, with a round youthfulness and tear-stained eyes, he staggered across the ceremonial carpet, aided by a servant. His grief weighed thicker than his mourning robes. He knelt awkwardly one step behind his brothers, glancing from the coffin to Yi Huan. Respect, helplessness, fear flickering in equal measure. In a secluded corner behind screens of mourning stood Queen Yun Min, dressed in mournful regality. Slender but statuesque, she did not weep or tremble. She held a closed fan in pale hands, her lips pressed as if sealed with poison. Beside her, the eunuch Choi Song watched silently. No one had heard him speak since the king's death. His dark eyes scrutinized every gesture, every glance at the assembly, as though memorizing the faces of traitors. Grand Counselor Yun, however, fixed his gaze only on the heir apparent. He showed no sign of surprise at the flash of white among Yi Huan's hair. The ministers of war and rights whispered in low tones. The funeral presence emboldened them to conspire under the shadow of death. Then the officiant rose, donning plain robes, and lifted the royal census high. Today we farewell to the monarch of the Joseon line. The 24th in the celestial succession. May his spirit cross the jade rivers, and may the royal bloodline endure under heaven's decree. Yi Huan lifted his head. Under heaven's decree, he thought, and who decides that but those who plunge swords in the dark? He did not weep, he could not, but a tremor ran down his back. He recalled the words whispered to him before entering the hall. He died alone. An hour later, the princes were dismissed from the hall. The queen, dowager, remained in the retiring chamber to receive the minister's condolences. High officials moved in hushed silence, eyes calculated in an ancient language. Yi Huan crossed the frost-covered courtyard alone, his cheeks stung with cold. He had always walked alone. Yi Myung caught him as they exited the pavilion. Huan, he said quietly, matching pace. It seems your accession approaches. Yi Huan glanced sideways. Is that so now? I wonder if perhaps you have reconsidered. Yi Huan remained silent. Are you eager to take my place, brother? Yi Myung smirked, teeth hidden, voice silken steel. That might be a wise choice, Huan-ah. We both know you are not ready to lead this nation, tapped Yi Huan's patch with a finger. People fear you. You are the one who banished spring and summer from these lands, are you not? Yi Myung continued forward, smile broad, insolent behind them. Yi Suk only watched. When his brothers drifted away, Yi Huan remained alone along the north corridor. Lanterns hung like extinguished moons. The scent of morning incense still clung to the wood and dried blood. The silence stuck in his chest like an ice spike. He turned once more toward the pavilion where his father lay, then whispered to himself, "Father, who did this?" But the falling snow offered no answer. Instead, a formal voice brought him back. "Your Highness." Yi Huan looked to see a eunuch bowing some yards away, brought by a messenger from Grand Counselor Yun, his maternal grandfather. Soon, dusk would dye the palace halls with muted gold through paper lattice work. Yi Huan stepped eastward with measured strides, hands clasped behind his back, jaw fixed. The eunuch accompanied him to a heavy door carved with somber motifs. Ground Counselor awaits. Yi Huan inclined his head. The chamber they entered was among the oldest in the Imperial complex. The Black Chrysanthemum Room. Exiles, royal weddings, and silent executions had all been decided here. The air held the scent of dried petals and burning sandalwood incense on a bronze brazier. Grand Counselor Yun Daichang sat upon a low throne. Clad in mourning robes that draped like shadow, he did not raise his gaze from the closed book before him, words hidden. "Kneel, Your Highness," he said without looking up. "You are not king yet." Yi Huan knelt one knee, then the other, and remained upright amid reverence. "The North is a dilemma," he said quietly. "I did not summon you to discuss that." Counselor's hand pressed against the volume, his fingers flattened the cover as he spoke. "There is a matter more urgent." A long silence followed, broken only by the incense crackle. "Is it about the throne?" asked the prince. The man finally raised his eyes. "Not exactly." He brushed a finger over the book. "The white eye could be discovered, and that would not do." "No one has seen it," Yi Huan replied steadily. "Those who are either dead or have sworn silence. Everyone believes I am blind in that eye, unless someone has decided to betray us." Counselor studied the white streak in his hair with tired eyes. "I suppose you cannot conceal everything. Fate is unavoidable. We cannot escape heaven's will, not even a bearer of the white eye." Aliyat! 08, welcome, how's it going? Hell yeah, brother. That's what it's all about. Are you a writer? Do you enjoy stories? We are the purveyor of stories, and we enjoy those who love to spread ideas and world build, work on their writing by learning new techniques, and just overall having some fun with shit, you know? But how are you? Welcome. This is a random story I found on Royal Road, and I've been reading it, so I figured I might as well read it on the stream because we don't have anyone's stories to read today. So, you know, random chapter is always good to just get the reading out, get you into the flow of it, right? "I suppose you cannot conceal everything. Fate is unavoidable. We cannot escape heaven's will, not even a bearer of the white eye. What do you propose?" The grandparents' gaze turned away. "Just as I served your late father, Grand Counselor Yun Daichang, will stand just behind you, Your Highness. Not as kin, but as the root that anchors your reign in this frozen realm. I will protect the white eye until my final breath." Yi Huan drew in a slow breath. The incense suffocated him. "The white eye," he repeated with disdain. "It seems that is all that matters." "Your Highness," his grandfather snapped firmly. "Your words are sharp. I trust you know to wield them when necessary and to swallow them when vital to survive." "I will, Harabiyoji. Now return to your quarters. You must rest. Gather your mind and prepare to be the new king." Yi Huan nodded obediently, yet uneasy. Haraboji, he asked softly. Who was I? Who was it? Who slew him? Ground Counselor Yoon fixed him with a calm of a coiled viper. King does not die by one hand. He falls beneath the weight of many. Seek not justice in a palace where every man wields a knife. Yi Huan met his gaze. And you? Did you wield one? Counselor offered a tight smile. I have done my part by protecting the future king. No, I have protected the white eye that will reign, ensuring that it came to pass. That is enough. The white eye again. Have I ever mattered? His words struck hard. Yi Huan held steady, though tension coiled in his shoulders like bowstrings. Understood, Harabioji. The white eye is all that matters, he said gravely. Ground Counselor Yun Dechang rose for the first time. He walked with fluid grace to stand before his grandson, gently lifted his chin, a presence too large for his smaller frame. I made you strong, he whispered, not for who you are, but because this world does not tolerate weakness, not even in royal blood. Yi Huan held his gaze. I know, that is why I do not fear enemies, but neither do I trust those who revere me. The old man barely inclined his head. A sound answer. You are cunning, your highness. He turned and returned to his seat. At dawn, you will be proclaimed king. The council may not greet it with enthusiasm. They still harbor doubts over the Jade Blade assassin. He sighed. They are afraid of you. Do not give them a reason. What if I do not wish for the throne? Ground Counselor's face hardened. That is not a choice, I am afraid. It is a sentence, but you were born to reign. Embrace your divine purpose with dignity. Yi Huan inclined his head. Did you summon me merely to instruct my destiny? No, the old man replied, his tone rough. I summoned you to remind you that you have no family, only a throne to fill. Hold to yourself, sheath your heart in steel, live, and destroy those who dare oppose you. Doubt not ever. Silence fell colder than snow outside. No family, he thought, imprinting the words deep. Instead, he spoke. I will not fail you, Harbioji. Grand Counselor Yun Dao Chang sighed, feeling the chill in the room. I'm sorry, Huan, but it must be this way. The white eye cannot fall into unworthy hands. That would spark a greater war than any accession. Then he said, Rest, your highness. Yi Huan departed without looking back. Outside, night had fully descended. Lanterns trembled in the corridors like caged fires, and the prince walked towards his destiny. No prayer on his lips, only the throne's weight upon his shoulders. Alright. Oh, I guess, if you guys want to check out the story, I'll just, send you to the main page. Go check them out. If you want to read either the beginning of it or the rest of it, that would be wonderful. Alright, so now we need dialogue for Hojin, Violer, and Duark's parents. Yeah, okay, everything's separated for this. We can just go with Hojin's. So we need Hojin's dialogue, Violeur's dialogue, Parents' dialogue. And I don't think we need too much of a fleshed out character guide. Where's character profile? We need to make a blank one. That's just this. Wait, this isn't right. Hold on. What's on this one? Okay, maybe it was this one that we need. Or did I put them inside? No. Did I put it inside of... Okay, again, I'm totally confused where it went. But whatever, we're just going to take these created ones and we're just going to work off of them. This is Violeur. Where's the one that's like steps 1 to 4? That's what I need. Maybe it's in DuArts? Hold on. It's not on here, right? Step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. No, it's not there. Okay, dialogue guide. Okay, here it is. Okay, that's what we need. And then we just bring this up. And we go here. And we want... And then we need to take character profile. Is this not the right one? Okay, we need this. And we'll go back to this. Step 3 is the scene. Where is Violeur? So scene 5. Somewhere in there I need to... well, it should be based on the character profile, right? So as long as we have the character profile in there, they know the character's name. I guess I can just say character name. That would probably make more sense. Oops. Okay, and then we have Violer. Okay, backstory, we have all that, and then scene 3, 5.1, Collis tries to find Duart. Think this should work? And this combines the last two. All right. Scene 8. Since this is 8. Probably the one I missed, right? Yep. Scene 8. Hey, what is July 4th? That is America Day. July 4th is America Day. You're from Hong Kong. Yes, I know you're from Hong Kong. Blessed! Hey, how's it going? How has the stream been going? Emazackle! Pretty good, buddy. It's been going great. I need advice, brother. Alright, Blessed, what is your advice? Or what advice do you need, good sir? I can help. I am sure we can find a way to help you out, brother. We are just, for the purposes of this story is to create character profiles and to match those character profiles. So it's learning how to create dialogue from a character profile. 1776, we adopted declared independence. I don't know, I'm not American, I'm Canadian. I don't even know what year Canada was a thing. I don't give a fuck. I'm not patriotic, really. Why did I put that there? This should be here. From Hong Kong, and I don't care about America. I mean, fair enough. Fair enough, Zoink. You don't have to care about America. I see you stepped in the SKG stuff. What were your thoughts on the situation? Stop Killing Games. We were doing commentary on how far this could go. could this go to the point of other media and everything, to the point where it's like, it's basically illegal to destroy something permanently. So there has to be some, even if it's like facilitated by the government itself, some sort of entity to preserve media. Because in an age of the internet and everything, there needs to be more of an effort to preserve stuff. Like this, the influence of the internet and the change of culture to maintain keeping that documented, I think is a very, very important thing. So I think the Stop Killing Games stuff is a step in the right direction and has enough momentum and push behind it for people to not... And it also pushes against, like, planned obsolescence and everything. Consumer right to repair, like Louis Rossman is always talking about. I'm a perfectionist to cope from dangerous upbringing. How do I feel safe and find other reasonings to do things? I mean, I made my people mad. Sure, I'm sure you did, Zoink. You're pretty good at that. But I think going towards the planned obsolescence is also another angle that not a lot of people go with, where, you know, companies can basically restructure things. Like, imagine if, like, after The Crew got shut down, they remastered The Crew, and then everyone had to basically rebuy the game. It's like, well, that is such fucking bullshit, it's not even funny. My idea for new internet structure. Fractal storage. Instead of, like, blockchain. I'm a perfectionist to cope with dangerous... To cope from... dangerous upbringing. How do I feel safe and find other reasons to do things? I'd say, like, stagnation. Like, you literally are, like... It's like being stuck in a room with 5 movies. How long can you stay in that room with just 5 movies? And I think that plays very powerfully into people leaving their comfort zone. It's not quite boredom, it's just like... It's almost like being empty. You have nothing left. So it's like... You could go, like, 2 directions with that. With, like, depression and, like, you know... instead of windows and tabs, so actually visual real estate. I don't know anything about computers, so I wouldn't be able to tell you anything about that. But I'm sure it's a good idea. Okay, last of Violer's dialogue. Alright, okay, we got Violers now. Now we gotta do Hojin. So we go here, back to this, grab this, character profile. Any advice with changing my perfectionist ways? Coming face to face with something that there isn't perfection in. So think about internally thinking about, like, their stance on philosophy, their stance on theology, their stance on science, their stance on religion, their stance basically on like the greater like understandings of reality, to the point that their perfectionist way starts to break down because they have beginning to get more and more overwhelming evidence that not only is perfectionism fake, the more perfect you make something, the more you break it. Because there's always a duality to the structure. There's always a reaction to the action. So maybe using, like I said, like internally, like compartmentalizing, like he used to compartmentalize this, but the more he thinks about it and the more he learns about it, the more he realizes that not necessarily that it's like stupid, but it's like he could never achieve it. So maybe he needs to get to a point where if he's never going to achieve anything, maybe he should start achieving something, right? And maybe it could be like small steps towards maybe not giving in as like a faculty of like procrastination, where he's like maybe gets to a point of getting a third party. What's my aim? Your aim should be able to accept imperfections to the point where it's almost now a flaw of the character where they don't like to complete things. Because completion feels like finality, and they like the idea of being able to change. So you could have them flip completely to the other side, and then have to, like, find a stable middle between, like, reaching for the stars, and you could play the idea of, like, hopes versus expectations. And this whole thing has just been because he has merged his hopes and expectations together instead of creating two different dichotomies, where one is what you expect to happen on the lowest scale, and then what you hope could happen on the highest scale. And maybe that's his character development. Because it should all tie back down to one single theme. But I think that's a great way of backwards engineering a character like that. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do, but it doesn't matter. We need Hojin. No, this isn't the one we need. This one? Hojin? When does the development end? When the character has reached a point when they can make an immediate decision, think it through afterwards, and change that decision, and then look for how in the future they can use that to not have that happen again. And you just use, like, the building of a, like, always trying to better yourself as the end point. Because you're never truly going to end. It's like Paragon points, right? You can get basically infinite if you try hard enough, kind of idea. But you've plateaued at the point where you no longer have the anxiety or regret around completion. So now you're able to complete things, you can go back and fix them, and you don't have to ever worry about things being static or needing to change. You can find the balance between them of knowing what things should remain the same and what things should change. And that's the secondary growth, is the development of figuring out the difference between those two things and what falls into each of those categories. And then you got like 3 entire character arcs out of that. What are the other reasons to feel alive? The deepest desire of self satisfaction. So, impressing people. When he finds out that, like, the pursuit of knowledge has put him in a place where people are absolutely surprised by what he can do, it's almost like now he's gained another addiction to people's praise. And now you can have another arc where it's all about him trying to overcome being super overconfident. By the way, the title of my story is Dustin Cloud. That's an awesome name. That's like that's such a that is such a modernized Final Fantasy name. It's like close to Destiny. It's Dust and Cloud. It's got Cloud. Like that's such a good name. I love it. And people underestimate the title of the series or the story or the book being a character name. Like, look at Harry Potter. Look at Dresden Files. Look at, yeah, no worries. What's, like the Percy Jackson. I know there's more. I'm trying to think. Like, I know there's a couple of horror ones. Like look at Stephen King. He has, like, a ton of his books were named after characters, right? Name or palpable? Yep. My character's name, Husai Sudi, is my, like, old gamertag name, Blue Lore, in a language that I made up. So Husai is blue, which is my favorite color. And that's the origin of the name of my main character. His name is Blue. Because I love... Blue Lore was my name because blue is my favorite color, and I love lore and mystery and mythology and world building and stuff like that. Yeah. So even if it's only me, I have my own personal connection to the name Husai. And I just think it's such an interesting, odd name. Like, it just doesn't sound like a Western type name, which is like the whole, again, the whole point of the book is to have this character be so at odds with the world that it's like, what the hell is going on? Because this character is completely engineered to be the way that it is. So this is Hojin. Let's see what we can get out of him. There's not much dialogue either, so it should be super easy to get through this. Oh no, guys! Incoming ads in 3 minutes! Shit! Fuck ads. Ads are bullshit. I have an idea for a fire character named Cyano, which is reddish and an extreme temperature living deep sea bacteria, which is supposed to be from like underwater volcanoes and like heat vents and stuff like that on the ocean's floor. Heat vent, exactly, yeah. That's kind of like how the octopi are, because when they got on the bottom of the ocean, started walking on the bottom of the ocean, they're at a very specific place where there's a crack in the shell. It's basically the bottom of the Marianas Trench, essentially, and the material growing out of it is the top part of the crystallized shell of Gaia, and they use that as like a power source to power their technology. So it's kind of like they use this crystal as an energy source, and they mine it, and the heat vents and everything on the bottom of the ocean is what basically provides the initial energy for, because they go from like geothermal to like crystal energy, because it supplies way more energy, and then their technology can like expand. Amazing creature. Yeah, man. It's like, what are the little pudgy pink things that can survive in space? Why am I forgetting the word? Oh, this is gonna bug me. I swear it starts with an M. Maybe it starts with a T? Fuck. Tardigrade. 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 I was right, it was a T. I was gonna say, I'm always really bad because I think it's one letter, and then I have to second guess myself and be like, no, I don't think it's that letter. And I was like, maybe it's not an M, maybe it's a T. Tardigrade. Of course it's a tardigrade. I don't know how to spell tardigrade. It is tardigrade. Little six-arm fellow things. Tardigrades. They can survive in space. Okay, this is scene 1.3. This is a revised dialogue. Looks fake. The image of a tardigrade? Okay, let's see. Can we get...
Welcome to a Talk Stories, or Tales of Fantasy.
I wonder if there is one. How to find a water bearer, a tardigrade. Here we go. Real science, guys. It's real science time. Let's do this. How to find... it's called water bearers.
This is my first YouTube video, and I thought I'd start off by showing you how to find a tardigrade. The tardigrades I find are in moss. To extract the tardigrade, I add water to the moss, and then I press the moss onto a plate. Once the water has dripped out, I then extract the water using a pipette. With the water inside the pipette, I then put it onto a glass plate, and then I take it over to the microscope. The objectives that I'll be looking at are between 40 times and about 400 times magnification. It's important to note that tardigrades aren't the only things that are in this water sample. The microworld is truly unforgiving. In this sample, microorganisms and bacteria compete to survive. In this world, the larger organisms are outnumbered. In fact, some of the most dangerous critters in this sample are the smallest. If there's any sign of weakness, the opportunistic bacteria will jump on it, and it will become a feeding frenzy. The tardigrades you'll soon see are considered to be extremophiles. An extremophile is an organism that thrives in extreme environments. Extreme environments may include high pressures and varying temperatures. However, what else does the tardigrade offer to ward off varying predators in this micro world? Every tardigrade has 8 legs. Each leg contains up to 3 to 8 claws, and these claws are sharp. To protect her young, a mother will lay her eggs inside her molted skin. The eggs are then covered with sperm of the male. By laying the eggs inside the skin, this offers an added protection to the eggs. The shed skin acts as a barrier to other microorganisms, and it prevents them from eating the vulnerable young. This may be a mother's love, but this added protection helps ensure the survival of her species.
Tardigrades are amazing, bro. There we go. In real time, on video, we caught a tardigrade. What do you think? Do you like science now? I love science. Beautiful. True. And then there's always, I think it was Star Trek.
Welcome to a Talk Stories, or Tales of Fantasy.
Yeah, maybe I can't find it. Oh well, they made one huge with the transporter. In an accident. Yeah, man, science is amazing. That's why I based magic in my world basically on the understanding of the world through science. And you have to be, like, the more you understand about the world, the better you are at magic. Trying to combine art and science to make genius works. That is awesome. I love that, Blessed. That's so good. I'm trying to do the same with writing. Because that was the original premise of the story, is the clash between religion and science. And can you science religion? Okay, so we're down to 3.5, right? Science is a verb. Love it. Yup. As Matt Damon said in Martian, I gotta science the shit out of this. Scene 3. And then that's the last time until the final. But he talks quite a bit here because they're talking back and forth between Duarte. True, and then if you really want to spam it, you can do an EMBF. Do, 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 do. And get some real spam going with the emotes. There's so many commands, I don't even remember what all the commands are. Search Paul Koijmans. High range intelligence tests? What is this? Or is that just an ad? I'm confused. Like, could you just give me a link? Like, I'm bad at looking up stuff. You got a link that you can post? Makes money from building high-range IQ tests. Alright, let's see. Below are some speculative remarks to illustrate my development, the development of my thinking about genius in terms of personality. That is, in intrinsic predictive terms, it is easy to define genius after the fact. To say that one is a genius who has made a lasting contribution has been of great and lasting influence. That is true, but also gratis and free of obligations. The real work is to predict genius, to describe it in terms of observable personality features. That is where the risk is run, where one can go wrong or right, where insight is to be gained, and where practical applications lie in identifying genius before the fact. Genius does not depend on intelligence alone and can therefore not be defined by an IQ number. In other words, it is not possible to name a single IQ beyond which one is a genius, although this paragraph is superfluous. Some require it. Genius is the high end of the dimension of creativity. Creativity, in turn, is the expression, effect, result, projection of awareness. Awareness is what the individual experiences inside one's mind, the experience of experience itself, the being aware of the fact one or another or anything exists. While creativity is what others perceive when observing that individual, awareness and creativity are the inner and outer aspects of the same thing. One's creativity is a measure of one's awareness. A non-creative person is not aware. A genius is the most aware of all. Awareness is related to creativity, not just in making a painting or writing a novel, but also, as in my philosophical hypothesis, only what can be verified by aware beings exists. Awareness thus creates existence itself. Hey! That's what I talk about. That consciousness is fundamental and that it is the canvas on which reality is written, drawn, painted, created. It is the collapsing of the Higgs field that creates mass. Without aware beings, nothing would exist. Components of creativity, and therefore of awareness and of genius, are intelligence, conscientiousness, and associative horizon. Not sure about this one. Oh, it's just going to go into a longer thing about it. I'm guessing that's like how far you can project, right? Like, can you think from the beginning to the Big Bang to before the Big Bang, what could be before the Big Bang and before that, what comes after the Big Bang and after that, and everything that's encompassed in between it down to physics, people, consciousness, reality, existence, and all that encompasses that. It's like, I consider myself a jumper. No, that's not true. And what is it? What is it? Is it the horizon on which you can physically associate yourself with something? not just the scope at which your mind can comprehend from beginning to end all of existence. Like the idea of the observable universe versus the actual universe. Because due to the speed of light, there is areas in the universe that their light will never reach us. I was just scrolling YouTube and ran into the cat talk clip. Wait, really, Muffin? The meow 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 lateral thinking. Okay. Conscientiousness is the only aspect of creativity that can be improved significantly. I've liked every one of your shorts I've seen, that's why. Ah, there you go, Muffin. Thank you, good sir. Much appreciated, man. You know, feel free to comment, too. That helps a lot for the algorithm. But hey, guys, check it out. I don't know if you noticed, but look. We are up to, get this,
Welcome.
28 subscribers. We have 28 motherfucking subscribers, guys. Fucking meow, I can't comment. Ah. Well, get good, Muffin. Associations among seemingly unrelated things, and the further from each the other the object, the greater the associative horizon. Oh, so like when someone asks me how the fuck did you come up with that, and I say this, and this. Like, for instance, how do you go from talking about Dragon Ball Z to eating dead babies? It's a one-word answer. Gotta have a shower. Alright, Muffin, sounds good. And it's so far out of, like, disassociativeness that you'd be like, wait, what? But it makes sense once you follow the trajectory of the thought process. But it's protein. So it's like if you were trying to build... if you're trying to build a perfect body, what would be the best, like, proportional protein meat-wise? Because veal for, cows is, like, the highest protein content, right? So it was, like, somewhere down the line, it's like, well, what about, like, you know, because people... What about eating people? And it's like, well, you can't eat people, but you can eat babies, because babies don't have high, heavy metals in their system. So then it's like, all of a sudden you're talking about eating dead babies for their protein and turning them into protein shakes. And say, hey, we've caused this a thing for abortion. Because now we can take the dead fetuses that were aborted, turn them into, and this is like, and then you bring stem cells out of it. And you're like, oh, the reason is actually stem cells. Protein, but that's where you work down the line, Levi, and then you find out that it's actually stem cells. Protein content alone isn't what matters. There's also bio availability. Yeah, maybe dangerous because of prion disease. That's the main reason why you don't eat the brain. Never eat the brain. Everything else should be fine, just don't eat the brain. So usually, like, it might be a problem at, like, I don't think it's a that problem if you're eating, like, the fetus brain. So it's, like, underdeveloped. But if you're talking, like, a 6 to 9 month abortion where you have to, like, crack the skull and, like, yeah. Fucked up shit, but hey, it is what it is. Then you're talking, like, that could easily just chop off the head, boom, stir it all up. Protein shake, boom, easy. We don't have to have morals. Don't forget to say not medical advice. This is not medical advice. We are talking hypothetical in a fucked up fantasy world. None of this has to do with reality. We are literally talking about a dark fiction Dragon Ball Z world. Don't forget what the origin of the conversation came from. But yeah, that's where it's like, can you pull, and I do that all the time with people, they're like, I don't understand where that came from, and I have to explain how many orders of effects it went out of in order for me to, like, pull that idea out of it. And I try to press myself on that. So yeah, I guess the associative horizon makes sense there. Choking on my own saliva. Genius! Creativity. No, wait, where are we? Conscientiousness, orders of effects. Like, this happens, that has this happen. And because this happened, that happened. Because that happened, that happened. And you're thinking usually in orders of effects of, like, periods of time. So, like, scales of years, maybe. Maybe decades. Maybe centuries. But that's usually how I try to think of things, is how many orders of effects would need to take place in order for the actual event of change that you're looking for to happen. Causal chain. Yeah, exactly, Levi. And how far down that chain is that event, and how many events has that event spread, right? Like, for instance, like, a great example of this would be Stop Killing Games in Pirate Software. Although Pirate Software, you could say everything around him, the only thing that it did was bring notice to Stop Killing Games. And then, you know, Asmon, Charlie, and a bunch of other people make videos on it. And all of a sudden we've gone from 400,000, and Mudahar, 400,000 to 1.2 million in a week and a half. Like, complete Streisand effect where and to be fair, thinking about it from Pirate Software's perspective as a developer, putting out the idea that that could be bad for live service games over a period of time is a valid thought. That is, like, that could be a thing that would freeze up those kinds of services. I've been a long time Ross enjoyer, so I've been aware of it since its inception. Yeah, I follow Louis Rossman, and he was talking about it because he knows Ross, and he's a big advocate for, like, the right to repair and stuff like that. So that's how I found about it, because I found out about it before Asmon did. And I was like, ooh, Asmon's talking about Stop Killing Games. Because it became a really big thing, like, a year ago, a little bit over a year ago. But yeah. And everyone thought it was dead, so it's like, those kinds of effects get to the point of, we're not even talking about the success of it, we're talking down the line of, will this change media and like video, not just video games, but media, songs, films, and making anything that's digital basically basically illegal to destroy the final known copy of a piece of media, and like putting out bounties on finding lost media. I find it tough to meet people who can and want to have conversations such as we are having. Do you have formal education? The highest education I have is high school. I took film. I just love reading, and I'm very intellectual because me and my dad and my brother love talking about... the only college I have is I took electrical trade, so I have like a first year in electrical. Other than that, not really. I wanted to go to film school, but I was working at a mill to work my way up to getting money to go to it, and then I was like, well, you know, film kind of fell apart at a certain point. Then I wanted to do writing, and that was just going to be on the side, and then my seizures and everything, so I was like, fuck. But now we're here. So, you know, it is what it is. But I always try to improve myself. I don't think of education as the same way that I thought of it when I was in school. I think of what am I interested in and what do I want to learn. And then I go to YouTube and I find it. Veritasium, Astrum, PBS, Space-Time, and any of the other PBSs that are like in that category. And then like true crime and stuff like that for like character development ideas for like Mr. Ballin. And then like what's another big one? Oh, I guess like Ordinary Gamers, like Mudahar for like tech stuff, Linus Tech Tips. Maybe you can rewrite your brain by bypass seizures. Rewire. I mean, who knows, Blessed? All I know at this point is the lifestyle changes I've made may have contributed to me not having seizures anymore because I don't have night sweats anymore. And night sweats were the #1 thing. I wish I were more of an autodidact? Autodidact? I don't know what that is. Learnable. I want to be an astral projector, but I don't have the discipline for it. My mind just goes like I can't close off my mind. That's why I have such a hard time sleeping. I can't turn off my mind. Conscientiousness can be learned. Conscientiousness is how aware you are of yourself, right? And how you perceive yourself changing over time, and how you see yourself in the past versus yourself in the future, how you can manipulate the change of yourself through perception and getting introspection as well as outrospection through other people and seeing through other people's eyes, putting yourself in their perspective, in their position, and looking at your perspective. You can learn to be self-taught, but the problem is you gotta learn that. I think of it the same as learning astral projection. It's like certain people have the discipline to be able to do it. Everyone, in theory, should be able to do it. PFC training. Executive functioning training. Is that kind of like training your brain to react in a certain way? So forcing auto response to a pattern recognition. I have really bad executive dysfunction. Self-control. Your ability to judge whether or not an action you're about to take or want to take is beneficial, and whether that action being beneficial or detrimental has an impact on you deciding not to take that action. I am a straw that broke the camel's back, where eventually I will snap and I lose all of my self-control, and it'll just be for a single moment, but I will say the thing I should not say, and I know I shouldn't say it. And even leading up to that point, it's almost like I know it's gonna happen because I will do something that will force the event, where I could have walked away, but the path that I chose was confrontation. This one time. Every time it happens. And I know it's gonna happen and I can't fucking stop myself. I fucking hate it. And the more awareness I have of it, the worse it is. Goal-oriented judgments for success of long-term goals over short-term goals. Yeah, exactly. My goal right now was to stop eating chocolate bars and stop eating beef jerky so I could lose 5 or 6 pounds, so I'd have a little bit better presentation of a stomach for the bikini stream on Thursday. And that's been my goal for the last 6 months since waiting up for the 24-hour stream. And what's funny about that is for my birthday, my brother gave me 30 pounds worth of fucking chocolate bars. Never said anything out of pocket in my life. People know me to be extremely... I will tell... If I tell you I've had a bad day, you want to stay the fuck away from me, because you know at any point in time I could just snap. I don't have bad days, I have the worst fucking days. Search Atomic Habits, Smart Goals, and Flow by Mihaly. Not even going to try to pronounce that name. I've got some emails I need to send. I know I have to send them, but I just can't. Well, it's I know there's so many things I have to do, And then on my days off, when I have 8 hours to do it, I just sit there and watch Asmon and upload things onto YouTube. And I'm like sitting there waiting, like I'm watching Asmon as a between rendering, because it takes like 20 minutes usually to render out, you know, like the stream's usually like 4 to 6 hours. There's like 3 to 4 sections to the stream. Each section's like between an hour and 2 hours. That's like 30 minutes, 25, 30 minutes of rendering. So then I'm just watching Asmon as opposed to like, okay, I have 20 minutes, what can I do? I should, you know, do this, this, and this. And then it's like I get home from work and I'm like, oh, I need to do this, 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 and this. And it's like when I'm pressured and I'm pressed for time, I literally zone in and I lock down on what I need. But if I'm in like a slack mood, just chilling off, it's just, it doesn't help. Last name spelled wrong. Make goal more rewarding. My overall goal in this case, Blessed, is to grow the stream. And the goal is to be able to have the stream sustainable enough that I could, you know, cut back on my work at Walmart and actually make the stream better and like have more time to improve the stream. Go back and actually watch and figure out when I suck and when I can get better, instead of just like picking and choosing moments and being like, these are when I think I sucked the most during the stream, so I'm going to look at those moments. Actually have time to go back and watch over the entire thing and not have to feel like I'm rushed for anything, you know? Clarify KPIs. Exactly. And it's like my biggest thing now, right now, is my constraints on time. And the fact that I stream at 12:30 a.m., which is a terrible fucking time to stream. I upload my videos at like 6 in the morning, which is really bad, or like 12 at night, which is really bad. Well, I work from 1 to 10, so it's like I sleep from like 8 to 12, I work from 1 to 10, I do pre-stream shit until I stream, and then I stream till like 5 or 6, and then I gotta do post-stream stuff, and then I can finally go to bed. I'm not complaining, I put it on myself, and I still have a hard time sleeping even after that, so it's not even like I would sleep even if I wasn't doing all of this. Pareto principle? Shed the fluff? That's what I'm trying to focus more on, individual engagement and not casting too wide of a net. And that's why today we went from posting in 15 communities on Twitter to customizing 4 individual communities. One to highlight our stories on YouTube, one to highlight our ability to edit for editing, one for the overall stream as a whole, and then one for reacts on editing and writing. So we have these 4 core principles to the stream that we can promote in different communities on Twitter that are like designed for in a more condensed form, rather than just throwing the stream highlight everywhere. ADHD is thought to be a dysfunction in reward processing, so you aren't getting enough dopamine from doing what you should. That makes sense, Levi. But I get way more satisfaction from seeing a goal that I put in place multiple years ago continue to thrive. Like the fact that as soon as I said, okay, you're streaming every day. I've been streaming every day. Prioritize Stephen Covey. Maybe pair activities with stronger rewards, such as a dessert. Well, my thing would be like intellectual breaks. So, if I do this certain thing, I get to watch Asmon for a certain period of time. I get to watch a YouTube video for a certain period of time. And I get to play a video game for a certain period of time. And how well can I self-control myself to not do those things as a baseline? Stephen Covey, 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. But then it gets to a point of you have to balance research, learning, applicability, and habit. That's why I try to do one thing at a time, because I have to make it a habit before it truly sticks. And as soon as it's a habit, I can add something else. But if it's not a habit and I add something else, I replace it, even if I'm 99% of the way there. Do you feel what I call dopamine lock-in? I would say that, Bless. Like, if you've seen me when I'm writing, like, ask Levi, like, when I'm locked in, when I'm writing, and, like, I'm not even noticing the chat and the stream, and, like, I have an idea in my head and I'm throwing it down on paper, I am, like, undisturbed in that moment. I'm like, I know what's going on, and because of that, I'm just like, that's flow. Yeah, but it's like, I also get the reward structure of the dopamine hit when I finish. And I'm like, yes, it's been unraveled. It has come out of my head. It is on paper. Finally. And then I look at it and I go, it could be better. I've always something hella unproductive for me. I mean, that's why it's like when I'm at a point of unproductivity, like right now where I have no education in editing, I am using AI to help me learn how to use these editing techniques. I'm like, make a character profile and use that character profile to use dialogue. Guys, I don't know what you just said. I fucking don't understand. Like, what? But after using this, I'm gonna be like, oh. Right? But if I didn't have something as a third party to facilitate that progress, I'd always fucking be retarded and fucking stupid. Right? Nah, it's just like the most sensory stimulating nonsense. I don't get, like, other than humor, I don't get that short-term, like, payoff. That's why I like humor so much, because that's, like, the vice of short-term. If you need some short-term, throw in humor. Even if it's fucked up dark humor. Do whatever you can. Like, the Dragon Ball Z eating babies. It's like dark humor, fucked up shit. Sometimes you just gotta throw that in to spice things up and not allow your mind to fall into the box, for instance. Every time you break out of the box, remember you're still inside of another box. And you have another box you now need to break out of. And never get discouraged to stop breaking out of those boxes, because that's when you lose. Okay, this shit is clogged as fuck. Ugh. I'm good at maximizing my performance. Soon I will work on maximizing self-discipline. The man I am most inspired by is David Goggins. High school is hell because I'm smart enough to do well. If I didn't pay attention, I just had to be sat there for hours. Yeah. Super annoying. I've learned to just live with that boredom. I just zone out entirely for hours at work. Yep, that's me. I'm just inside of my head plotting and planning and devising and observing. Oh. Conscientiousness is the only aspect of creativity that can be improved significantly, permanently, safely, and purposefully in an adult. This is probably so because conscientiousness is not a unitary trait, but comprises various traits, some of which are independent and not per se correlated with each other, with each of the other traits that make up conscientiousness. Conscientiousness is a kaleidoscope of good features, and it is possible to possess different combinations thereof and to gain or lose some of them without affecting the rest. Associative horizon can probably not be safely improved much. Hallucinogenic drugs widen it, but at a great risk of psychosis, which causes permanent damage to the mind and brain. Perhaps studying the work of geniuses or doing exercises in lateral thinking may improve one's associative horizon a bit, but one must ask if the result is worth the effort, and realize that much more creativity can be gained by improving conscientiousness. Associative horizon is the spark. It is the Edison's 2% inspiration, as opposed to the 98% perspiration. There is a tendency among people fascinated by genius to focus on the 2% and neglect the 98%. The hard work that comes after the spark, a tendency to confuse creativity with associative horizon. This is a phenomenon of wanting a champagne test on a beer budget. Champagne taste on a beer budget. The attraction of being creative in a flash of insight without needing to do the hard work. 4 types of creativity. There's a critical tension between the 3 components of creativity. Each, when exceeding a certain threshold, can bring down the whole, destroying creativity. Dunno, Levi. Couldn't tell you. I don't think I've ever had champagne. But wine, beer, definitely. But I don't know what the difference between champagne and wine is. Conscientiousness, when exceeding a threshold, leads to obsessions and compulsions, which in turn cause anxiety and depression, and thus destroys creativity through neurosis rather than psychosis. Be it less drastically. This is part of regular psychiatric knowledge. For genius, one needs to be close to that threshold. Intelligence, when reaching the very highest altitude, somehow reduces the frequency of genius. It has been pointed out that geniuses tend to have high, but not the highest intelligence, that those with the very highest IQs are typically not geniuses. I do not know the precise mechanism yet, but relevant to my own finding that in the high range there's a significant negative correlation between IQ and 1. Psychiatric disorders in oneself, 2. Psychiatric disorders in one's parents and siblings, which reflect genetic disposition, 3. Disposition for psychiatric disorders as measured by personality tests. Champagne is a sparkling white wine from the Champagne region of France. So it's like carbonated wine? Interesting. Perhaps the very highest IQs tend to go just a bit less than the needed extreme conscientiousness and associative horizon, both of which are forms of disposition for psychiatric disorders. Perhaps those with the very highest IQs are too neurologically normal. This possible limiting effect of the very highest IQ levels is something I am less certain of yet than of the other 2 thresholds. My current view on creativity, and therefore genius, could be summarized as conscientiousness contributes to creativity but disposes for neurosis. Associative horizon contributes to creativity but disposes for psychosis. Intelligence contributes to creativity but disposes for normality. I've tried to express in a mathematical model how the 3 aspects work together to produce creativity, but to date have no satisfactory version of such. What I do suspect now is that the amounts of conscientiousness and associative horizon required vary with intelligence, that higher intelligence levels need and can tolerate higher amounts of the 2 other aspects to result in creativity. Depends on what you mean by carbonated. It hasn't been carbonated. The CO2 currents occurs in the fermentation process. But if it has the same effect where it can go flat, isn't it still carbonated? Can champagne go flat? I'd assume so. Even if it's a natural process of carbonation. I've tried to express in... Okay, I imagine that for each intelligence level, there is a certain minimum and a certain maximum amount of conscientiousness, and a certain minimum and a certain maximum amount of associative horizon. Above and below which there is no creativity. Both of the aspects have to be within these limits, and there may be a single optimum between those limits that is required for genius. The limits of optimum, as it were, shift upward with intelligence, are relative to intelligence. Mathematically, it might best be something like where G is creativity, G is intelligence in the sense of the general factor for mental ability, and CG and AHG are the optimum levels of conscientiousness and associative horizon at the given G level. That is, the levels beyond which deliberating levels of neurosis and psychosis occur. G is thus expressed on the same scale as G, and C and AH use the units of that scale. If C and AH could be expressed on the same scale too, such that their values always corresponded with the optimum levels of those traits for a person of the same number G level, CG, AHG, could both be replaced by G, and this equation would be... It can go flat. The distinction I'm making is that carbonation hasn't been induced, but it occurs naturally. It feels weird to call it carbonated for that reason. I see. Because isn't beer kind of the same way? Beer is also slightly carbonated, just not very strongly carbonated, right? Because beer can go flat. 2 out of 3. Although all 3 aspects are needed for creativity, it is tempting to consider what results if one possesses only 2 of them to a high degree, and the third is depressed compared to those. Yeah, like beer. Nice. Makes sense. Conscientiousness and associative horizon. If intelligence is depressed, one might still be a reasonable artist in a field without high cognitive demands, provided one has a specific talent, for instance, a sculptor, dancer, painter, or musician. In cases like these, the specific talent takes the place of intelligence. However, many specific talents are correlated with intelligence, be it only lowly to moderately, so that it is more common for such artists to have relatively higher intelligence than to have low intelligence. If intelligence is markedly depressed, one may appear stupid to a casual observer. However, this is merely one of the 3 types of stupidity. Someone referred to a beer as carbonated beverage. That'd be weird. I agree. I don't think of beer as carbonated, but it is carbonated, right? So I guess that's a good example. Intelligence and associative horizon. Conscientiousness is depressed. One might still be a short-lived, erratic humorist, actor, or rock star, but one would be on the whole be compulsive rather than creative. If conscientiousness is markedly depressed, one may appear stupid, for instance, missing important opportunities through laxity or lack of punctuality, or is considered stupid, as is running into accidents as a result of carelessness. This is the second type of stupidity. Intelligence and conscientiousness. If associative horizon is depressed, one might still be a good bookkeeper, clerk, banker, translator, corrector, editor, lawyer, diplomat, politician, public servant, or scholar in the humanities. In fact, one might be good at any of the whole lot of things more, but show a lack of originality and humor, tend to conformism and socialization, and out of empathy and humanness, put people-pleasing before truth-seeking and truth-speaking. These people are dangerous in science, for they will, if needed, corrupt their data to avoid any outcome that would either violate the ruling paradigm or appear inhumane. For instance, if a person like this studies hard-handedness and finds that left-handers are 10 times more violent than right-handers, the person will corrupt this, discard those results to hide this fact, thinking it would be inhumane to stigmatize the group of left-handers by making this known. These people, that's funny because I'm left-handed. Common idea, stupidity. It tells you what kind of stupidity you have. I mean, fair enough, Levi. I could think on that. And then I'm like, but we already have What else do we need? We all know what kind of stupid I am. This straight up retarded kind. These people are so afraid to be against the grain or to hurt others, they will rather lie. Typical pronouncements for them are some truths can better not be told. The effect of what one says is more important than whether or not it is true. And truth does not exist. They feel less attracted to the natural sciences, although they may be intelligent enough for those. Because of the strictly empirical nature of those disciplines, which requires one to change one's point of view or paradigm, whether the empirical data contradict one's expectation. And persons with narrow associative horizons are not able to change paradigm as they are rigid. They prefer the alpha sciences, which traditionally employ a priori paradigm or model that is imposed upon reality and not adapted empirically. Their high intelligence enables them to argue or debate endlessly in apparently logical constructions of infinite complexity, while their narrow associative horizon keeps them from seeing the larger picture, the road ahead, and therefore keeps them from being goal-directed, so that their apparent logic does not bring them any closer to a true righteousness in the end. This paragraph is so long because this group is important and tends to occupy high positions in society and be of influence. Also, this group, contrary to the other two mentioned, is likely to read this article. If associative horizon is depressed, this too may make a stupid impression. For example, not grasping subtle humor or irony, not recognizing brilliant ideas, or not getting the bigger picture. Those are all behaviors that make someone appear stupid despite being of higher intelligence. This is the third type of stupidity. So, what I would say with that is I can't remember the guy's name. What's his name? What's the guy's name?
Welcome to a talk story.
He published this, he's black. He published a study on police brutality and racism. Can't remember his goddamn name. Yeah, this guy. Roland Fryer. This clip. This perfectly illustrates this.
I collected a lot of data. We collected millions of observations on everyday use of force that wasn't lethal. We collected thousands of observations on lethal force. And it was in this moment, in 2016, that I realized people lose their minds when they don't like the result. And so what my paper showed, you'll see tomorrow, like some of you, was that, yes, we saw some bias in the low-level uses of force, every day pushing up against cars and things like that. People seem to like that result. But we didn't find any racial bias in police shootings. Now, That was really surprising to me because I expected to see it. The little known fact is I had 8 full-time RAs that it took to do this over nearly a year. When I found this surprising result, I hired 8 fresh ones and redid it to make sure. They came up with the same exact answer, and I thought it was robust. And I went to go give it, and my God, all hell broke loose. It was a 104-page, dense academic economics paper with a 150-page appendix, okay? It was posted for 4 minutes when I got my first email. This is full of shit. Doesn't make any sense. And I wrote back, how'd you read it that fast? That's amazing. You are a genius. And I had colleagues take me to the side and say, don't publish this. You'll ruin your career. I said, what are you talking about? I said, what's wrong with it? Do you believe the first part? Yes. Do you believe the second part? Well, the issue is they just don't fit together. We like the first one, but you should publish the second one another time. I said, let me ask this. If the second part about the police shootings, this is a literal conversation. I said to them, if the second part showed bias, do you think I should publish it then? And they said, yeah, then it would make sense. And I said, I guarantee you I'll publish it. We'll see what happens. So it was, you know, I lived under police protection for about 30 or 40 days. I had a 7-day-old daughter at the time. I remember going and shopping for it because, you know, when you have a newborn, you think you have enough diapers, you don't. So I was going to the grocery store to get diapers with an armed guard. It was crazy. It was really, truly crazy.
People do not like the truth. They only like what they think, and they will go to any extreme to prevent that from becoming the new norm. I gotta take this fucking sweater off. It's getting too hot in here. But yeah, that completely illustrates the point. And like, even going through all that academia, people just, they refuse to see the evidence. Those are the scariest kinds of people to have in power. It's like right now, the scariest kinds of people to have in power are people that don't understand the internet and don't understand technology. And don't understand, like, that kind of thing, right? Like, people that are, like, 60 or 70 years old who have just, like, it's like a completely different world to them. I guess it depends on the extremity of your beliefs. But then again, if you think about it, Blessed, like how many people believe wholeheartedly that on average, their police are way more willing to shoot a black perpetrator than they are a white perpetrator. Even I thought that, and when I heard this, I was like, really? That's really, really interesting. And, of course, belief intensity changes based on the truth. But in a case like this, where it's like you said, 105 pages of stuff, no, the people that are too dense to even consider it for a second are never going to read that paper. And if they read that paper, they might not even understand it. So they don't have the ability to see the truth. That's the scariest part. Like, the truth just, there is no possible way that the truth could exist to them because they couldn't put the dots together to make it connect. I was never convinced of it, but I was deep in a rabbit hole at the time. This stuff was a huge talking point. Yeah, and it's like, is it just what's reported? Because it's the same idea of like, it's not the events that happen, it's the events that the media reports on. and people think that so many events of something happened. Like 3 months ago or so, when the media reported on like 8 of those like Boeing crashes, and it was like all about Boeing and everything, and it was like, well, if you look at like the amount of like Boeing owns 80% of the entirety of like all commercial planes. So when you're talking about all of the commercial planes over the course of the year, and you're talking about within this small period they reported on 8 crashes, it seems like a lot, but it's actually like even under the average. It's just the fact that they all happened because of the same type of malfunction on, at least some of them, the same type of malfunction. Whereas I don't know where the most recent one was. I hope there's a way. For some people, I don't think so, blessed, which is very, very sad. But those are the type of people that, like, if you ask them what would happen if you didn't have breakfast, they would say, but I did have breakfast. They're the kind of people that when you say, I like waffles, they say, oh, so you hate pancakes. A lot of paranoia about extreme weather is due to increased reporting and poor understanding of statistics. Exactly, Levi. Like so many people talking about, like the Texas floods being like the definition of, oh my god, now climate change. Welcome back, Cute Muffin. How's it going, bro? How are you? What were you up to? But that's where it's like we've saved kind of through like natural, by saving people and not allowing natural selection. Let's say over the last 300 to 500 years. Floods just happen, it sucks, but yeah. Have you talked to a person like that? Wow. Oh, I know plenty of people like that. Like, dude, people come into... Okay, dude, I literally almost got into an argument at work with this woman because she was complaining about money, and I was like, yeah, that's why we should have universal basic income. And she was like, so you think doctors should make the same amount of money as you? And I'm like, no, I just think that, like, if you can't, like, you know, you're down on your luck, you're out of a job for a bit, you're looking for a job, I don't think you should lose your house over that. I think there should be some sort of way that the government's like, okay, yeah, we can facilitate you living for a couple of months on just rice and, you know, having a place to live. Also, cyclones are getting worse, not due to them being more extreme, but because we keep putting more stuff where the cyclones happen. Basic income, lowest threshold. Yeah, and then from there, you just build yourself up. It's like everyone thinks when you think universal basic income that everyone makes the same amount of money. It's like, no, you just have like a baseline. And if you make above that, you don't get the baseline. And people are like, well, what if you make money? It's like, then you don't get the subsidiaries. That's why it's like, you don't get food stamps and welfare if you make over a certain amount of money. Because you have enough money to survive. At least you should. See, Levi, you can think that's not how UBI works, but that's how I would want UBI to work. So I don't know what your definition of UBI is. See, I wouldn't want that. I would want if you start working, because remember, the UBI is like, we're talking like $50 a month plus a roof over your head. The main thing is you don't if it's not universal, then it's not UBI. Well, you're getting into semantics. I had a thought. Edge, why are sea levels rising? Oh, Cute Muffin. Sorry, I'm so sorry, man. I keep missing your message because I'm thinking about something. I'm such a dick. Fuck. Oh, this is why I'm the worst streamer, guys. Muffin doesn't exist to me. He's just... His color is just non-existent. I am so sorry, Muffin. The reason is because the ice caps are melting. And water that used to be above water is now underwater, causing water to... It's just like... let's say if you had a cup of water up to here, and you had an ice cube in it, when the ice cube melted, the water would be up to here, let's say. So you're gaining like that much amount of water from the ice cube, even though you started with the ice cube in the water. This is where it was before the ice cube. That's where the ice cube, and that's where the ice cube melted. That's where we are. Same requirements for everyone. But you have the... it doesn't matter what it's called. You can call it welfare, you can call it food stamps, you can call it whatever you want, but the idea is universal basic income as a premise overall, not as a defining factor. If you can't take the concept structure of universal basic income and remove it from the word universal basic income and use it as an overall reference for like welfare, food stamps, and stuff like that, minimum guaranteed income, there you go, something like that. But it's like to argue the semantics of the word because of a change of the idea, I think is ridiculous. Let's get the idea down before we, like, you know, put a name to it. But I do like minimum guaranteed income. That is a great way to say it. But unfortunately, the hardest part with that is that it doesn't cover the housing problem. Because the problem with housing usually is everywhere is a different price. That's why you would have to have, like, literally, like, homeless jail housing things. Do you not see it? And you admit it, lol. I don't know why you didn't think of that. By the way, an ice cube is a horrible example. If an ice cube didn't float above the surface of the water level will lower as it melts because water expands when it freezes. UBI is universal for a reason, since it not being so would make it a distinctive disincentive for productivity. But that's because when people think of universal basic income, they usually think of being, like, let's say $5,000, $3,000 a month. I'm talking $50. And a little cubicle. You get a little cubicle, and you get like $50 worth of rice. As I don't know who said it last time. It might have been. I have 1, 2, 3 followers, by the way. 123 followers. Hell yeah, Muffin. Keep going, bro. One day you'll pass me. Trust me. That's how it goes, man. You just shoot to the moon. Adjusted for relative price. Yeah. I'm just purposely trying to ignore you now, Muffin. What's your favorite emoji? Definitely this one. That means love. For some reason you can't... I don't understand. It won't let me send that on Kick. Look at this. It won't let me send it. There's an error sending your message. Please try again. It's 3 plus 1. Why can I not... Can I send a heart? I can send a heart, but I can't send a heart plus 1. I don't understand. Y is greater than 4. I don't know, that's weird. The ape, cute muffin. Wait till Smokey's in here, man. Then he's got a couple to go with it too, right? So, it's treating it as an operation. Okay, I'm not quite sure. Is that like a thing as arithmetic? I don't know. I don't know why I can send it on Twitch, but I can't send it on Kick. Usually it's the other way around. It's a coding thing? Ah, I see. Variable type. Interesting. Believe it or not, I still don't know what trigonometry is. Grade 9. Graphing? I'm trying to break it down to its most minimum. Graphing. That's probably the best I could say. Trigonometry probably the hardest part of high school math. Sort of like what equals a heart icon and 1 equal. Like harder than high school calculus. It's definitely something else. Thinking it was geometry squared. That's a good one, Muffin. That's a good one. I loved algebra. Some circle nonsense. Gotta make some pie graphs. Oh wait, I don't want these yet. I'm dumb. I haven't inputted this. Wait, have I inputted it? Yeah, I have inputted it. Never mind. Yeah, I do want these. We've already inputted it. Derp. Okay, here we go. Geometry came naturally. I never had a problem with math. I just had a problem with my math teacher. Because I love using formulas. Formulas are the fucking... That's how I do everything, is through formulas. I took at 7 a.m. and I hate mornings. Ooh. Should replace trigonometry with economics, and they should replace calculus with accounting. What is the Fibonacci sequence used for? I know it goes... The Fibonacci sequence is used for, like, maintaining scale through distance. Like, the perfect amount of progression of something. Problem with if schools taught economics is that it's so contentious that they probably teach it wrong. And coils. It's usually the dynamics of something falling in on itself. Yeah, I think it's a specific thing. Some places teach it, some places don't. Okay, so that one actually replaces both of these and turns this into actually one. My teacher taught job interview etiquette. I learned proper handshaking from him. So many people give limp handshakes. Ugh, and the occasional death gripper. When you learned economics, was it the really basic supply-demand stuff, or did they go into stuff like monetary theory? Basic stuff. Okay, we have one more to do, which is the parents' dialogue. So, using the character profiles provided as an outline, can you make two characters? Duart's mother and Duart's father. They care deeply about is there a formula for figuring out
Look
what
at
a
the chat
number
MFER.
or a number divided by or x times all the numbers that come before it is? It's like a thing that I get, kind of like a panic attack when I present myself with something that is large, but I don't know how to find. Ignore the X, that part, that's just... Look at the chat, motherfucker. People aren't out there contending with things like market clearing prices, introduced demand, or elasticity of supply. Is it incremented by 1 or decremented by 1, etc.? Depends on the numbers. Are you asking about factorials? Factorials, Muffin? Depends on the number pattern. Fuck is factorial. So ignore that part. Deeply want to provide a great future for him with their high status as the owners of a paper company that the government uses for currency. There's also sum, which is usually takes a range and is represented with a capital sigma. Right, Levi? I'm the capital sigma. True, Muffin! Here, see, so they have a lot of sway in the government and live a high-class social life. They dream of this life for Duart, but he has always been different and wants to leave the tree. They care for him and want his dreams to come true, but he's so young they don't trust him to have a good grasp on the truth about the outside world, outside the tree, how dangerous it is, and how the guild romanticizes. trying to steer him away from it, like that cause him to grow closer to it. Then you need the pattern or formula for the numbers. N plus 1 plus n plus 2 is an example where n is a number. What are these? I'm guessing the first one is for thousandths or something. I don't know. Percent and per thousand. Per thousand. So we gotta pick this shit out from here. Scent of Roman origin. Second one, I named them in the wrong order. Is scent of Roman origin. Yes, Latin. Got it. Matriarch, beliefs versus reality. Believes stability and status ensure a meaningful life. Struggles with the reality that her son's heart yearns for a path that she sees as reckless. Grew up in a modest family in the fringe of the tree society, clawing her way into prominence through intellect and charm, marrying into the founded the paper company, transforming into the backbone of the tree's bureaucratic system. Venturing dreams will unravel the future she's built for him. The news calls his death. A young journeyman confirms her belief that the world beyond the tree is a merciless void. Search C, used in math operations. Core beliefs. Actions. Personality. Appearance. Do art. Alright, seems perfect. Are you asking about the choose operation? Okay, let's see what his dad is. Character profile. Patriarch. Theme. Story. Not. I answered Muffin's question. Percent equals divided by 100 divided by 1,000. Not a number. It's for sending mail to someone through someone else. I took applied maths at university. Oh, excuse me. carbon copy, no care of, old school. Best and easiest field of math and statistics. Socio is kinda indirect. May God bless you. Thank you, blessed. My nose is fucked. Alright, we have our character profiles, guys. Okay, so now we need to just go to this. We can start over again. Character profile. Alright, here we go. Easy peasy. I think it's like when someone can sign for your package. No, curse you. Nice, Muffin. That's a good one. You should say fuck you. Character profile. Duart's father. Step 3 is scene. Then we go to parents dialogue. Scene 2. Well, tomorrow I might use my mic. I'll be playing TM in the morning, so no mic, but I'll play some chess and I can use my mic then. It sounds horrible to me, but it'll sound fine to the stream. I don't know why. It's gotta be your headphones doing some sort of weird thing. Like when I plug in my PlayStation controller, it turns all of my audio to the fucking controller, including my mic. Just so fucking stupid. Levi, that was cute. Oh! Pinned message on the capital Sigma. You can't say, may the cruel wind of hell rip the flesh from your bones to your friends. Who can you say it to? True, Levi. There's a good rant by Sheldon from Big Bang Theory about it. Interesting. Maybe I should say go fuck yourself at the end of my streams. I was thinking bye bitches, but I think the other night be better. Might be better. I don't know, I like night bitches, or bye bitches. I guess you're not old enough, but I was gonna say, isn't cunt like the Australian thing to say? Bye, beautiful bitches. True, there you go, Muffin. I rarely go to streams for the actual content. I'm here for conversation, not content per se. And that's kind of what the stream is to facilitate, is engagement in conversation on an individual level to facilitate the sharing of ideas, spreading of ideas, manipulating, molding, and refining of ideas, new perspectives, and everything like that. So, the entire content, like I say, you guys are the content. I'm just here to facilitate some writing techniques and my story ideas as a background for not just having an empty void. And that kind of gives a kickstart of where to go with it. But the whole point is to derail the stream. You think too high about Twitch?
If we're the content, we should be getting the ad revenue.
I mean, if you want the ad revenue, I can send you guys each a cent. Being the host is the space for the real content. Like I said, I facilitate. All I am is the canvas for which you guys can paint on. The problem is I only get paid out every $50. So that's like 250 days. It'll take me 250 days to get $50. If I did my math right. If it's 20 cents a day, 5 days is $1. Every day is 10 hours, just to make it equal. And that's 50 times 50. No, I can't do math. I'm retarded. Why am I even doing these numbers? I'm retarded. $50, $1 every 5 days. Yeah, 250 days. I did it right. This is 20 cents, 5 days, $1. So, $50 would require 5 times 50 days. Just 250 days. So it would take 250 days for me to get $50, which would be, what, split between, like, all, like, 8 of the people that watch me? Like, Sean, Muffin, Levi, Book, Callie, Blessed, who else is here, like, all the time? I mean, Toe Connoisseur for sure. Smokey. Drank too much coffee. I'll be on stream at around 5 p.m. for you. Come in if you want. Should be able, Muffin. Hell yeah, because Muffin streams earlier than me, so it's better for him. We're on an ad break? Shit, I gotta take a toke then. All right. But yeah, facilitating, especially in a small stream, and like thinking too highly of Twitch. Look at the writing community; it's tiny, and it's not like Twitch isn't the end-all, be-all, right? I am holding myself accountable to my writing by streaming. I'm gonna go to bed. I forgot what I usually say. Fuck you? Fuck you, Muffin. Squeeze those big, beautiful tits for me, bro. By that I mean your moms! Ooh! I mean, don't do that. May your sleep be sweet, Muffin. That would be extremely inappropriate, Muffin. Only I can do that. That's sweet. Cute. True. He's a cute Muffin. Acute! Acute at what? Being a muffin. Oh! Man, shut your bitch ass up. True, Muffin. True. See, this guy knows how to talk to the streamer. Put him in the fucking place. Bitch, you don't know shit. Shut fuck up. True. Okay, we don't need 5, 6, because it's not talking. Scene 7. 7, 2. I have filter on, but overlay doesn't filter. Have a good night, everyone. Good day. BTB, huh? Take care, Muffin. Blessed abbreviation. Blessed to be here always. True. Ah, good day, Muffin. What do I call you, Bless? I think Blessed is just the easiest thing. I don't think there's anything wrong with calling him Blessed. He's the Blessed One! The Chosen One! The true being of light. May your sleep be sweet is a Bible scripture of wisdom. There you go. You can't beat that. Convinced you're Christian. He's already said that he's Christian. Pretty sure he said multiple times that he was Christian. Oh, I thought that was someone else yesterday. Oh, it was me. My memory's fucked. See, I'm trying to remember the other person who was in here, and I can't remember, and I feel really bad that I can't remember their name. They were the other person that came in with you, Blessed. Sleep. Yeah, I'm running. I usually get, like, I go to bed at 8 o'clock, I wake up at 12. Like, I get 4 hours of sleep. At best. That's just when I can actually start laying down in bed, let alone fall asleep. Wombat. Fucking Wombat. That's who I'm thinking of. Wombat. It's mid-holiday here. I go to sleep at 10 p.m. or so and don't get up. What time does your stream start? My stream or Muffin's stream? Yeah, furry. Furry combat wombat. My stream starts at 12:30 a.m. Mountain Standard Time, which is 11:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Every day. Same time start. No exceptions. Why is this saying this seems like this is... Why is she speaking? Shit, have I been taking her lines? I'm gonna have to redo this one. Why is it saying Illyria? Why is it saying Illyria? Go to bed, Muffin, the sooner you can stream. See ya, I should leave when I say I'm gonna leave. I'm gone for now, for real. True, Muffin. Redo this line in Torrens voice, not Lyria. Jesus, this thing's broken. I don't know why it's giving Illyria. Her lines aren't here yet. We haven't even put in her character profile yet. Okay, we go all the way back up here to the very first. Nice. Okay, now we got to do the the mother's dialogue. Yeah, I'm just gonna go with a new chat. I'm pretty sure it's broken. Never mind, I'm not gone. I'll be gone in a minute. I just spotted something. The OS at the end of my last chat, when I look at the one, the other looks bigger than that one. I'm insane. Do you see it? I read an article about British Olympic cyclists who helped the team set 7 British records and 9 world records, who uses my same process for being the best. He coached 2008, 2012. I began my system in 2000, but he may have began it sooner than me before he coached the cyclist. Nice. See? When the great minds think alike. That's power. Yeah, probably an optical illusion. And then we need step 3, which is the scene. And then for parents, we have mother in scene 2. Look in the middle of the OS. The 7 makes the O appear taller. Yeah, that's definitely an optical illusion. It's like this. Let me type it. Oh, I can't. Why is it doing it in such a different way? We got all of this from... How was the delivery? Damn. 2 lines that have diagonal lines at the ends and one looks longer than the other. I need to sleep soon. I've burnt the midnight oil for the past few days. Yep, the sun's coming out. I want to finish this dialogue and then I'm probably gonna end the stream. We can get to finish off with any video games the last couple days, but it is what it is. We'll save that for the 24-hour stream. Doesn't say anything in that scene. Here we go. Fuck you, Muffin. Have a good night, good sir. So scene 5. Maybe higher than 7, but greater angle. This is why I don't leave. Thank you, Bless, for the explanation. Bye. Bye, Muffin! Scotty is your name. It talks. Yes. My real name is Scotty. And I am It Talks, because all I do is talk. Scene 7 now. Glad to help. Hell yeah. That's what it's all about. You are too skilled for Walmart. I'm just like copy and pasting. Oh shit. Okay, well, there it goes, guys. We just crashed. Yay, you got to witness the stream crashing. Fucking bullshit. I gotta figure out why it does this shit. Okay, did that fix it? Because I can't... OBS is frozen on my side. I wonder how my life will be if I give up my obsession for perfection. See, you just have to make sure that you're not... like, always, like, try to go for it, but, and never sell yourself short. Just never throw things to the side for the smallest bit of improvement, right? Because at the end of the day, that's not perfection. So I think striving for true perfection across all the boards is like me leveling up my lowest level. Whatever I think I'm the weakest at, that's what I work on. And that's basically how I build myself up. So I try to be as even across the board. Okay, so we're in 7-5. That's the only thing she says. Regenerate. I don't know why it freaked out. It didn't like that. We got like... This is like the last one, I think. Actually, this might just be the last one. Yeah, this is the last one, and then we're done. We just have to do this one line. And then tomorrow we'll just put it all together. Alright, there we go, we're done. Oh no, I can't save it. What's the command to save? Fuck. Okay, I know what to do. Good judgment, prioritize responsibility. Yup. Why is it... Okay. Alright, I'm off for the night. Break a leg. Hell yeah, Levi. Okay, there we go. Now it posted everything that we needed. I'm like, what's going on here? Add subtab. Rename. Do arts pairs. We should have all the other ones saved, so we should be able to just do this. Just wanted to make sure we had a backup of it in case it didn't work, but it did work. We have everything. We're good. Save. 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 And save. Alright, everything is saved. That's back up just randomly. But yeah, alright guys. We had a great day today. Kind of crashed out at the end there with the stream, but hey, that's pushing our luck, right? We're hitting the 5-hour mark. That's pretty perfect. We're still trying to hold back a little bit for the 24-hour stream. Like, I don't want to be overdoing myself. I want to be perfectly prepared for that shit. But anyways, thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out. We did some writing, some reacting, and no, we didn't. We just copied and pasted. It was pretty great. But that's the editing process, right? Moving shit around, figuring shit out. We made a couple of new character profiles. That's what matters. So, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Alright, boys. Who we rating today? Let's go. Rain. I could do a really funny thing right now, but I'm not going to. Would be funny, but Eggy's not here. No, Eggy Mayo, you bastard. How dare you? Where we going? This one looks interesting.
Do it himself. Eventually, he'll
Alright guys, here we go. Are you ready? We got a new one. Get your wheels out, boys. Get your wheels out. We are going in. We're going in, boys. Glad to be here again. Hell yeah, Blessed. Have a great night, good sir. Take care. We'll see you on the other side.